Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The latest update from yesterday's conference call with the Governor's Division of Emergency Management indicated, of course, they updated the same things that you have been hearing in the media, the cases and the number of cases that have been confirmed in Texas. But the bottom line that they continue to tell us as we attend these meetings is that the institutions, whether it's higher ed or public ed, should work through the Department of Health Services. The Department of Health Services has a website. I sent this out to all the chancellors and presidents a couple of days ago. We will also post that, or have posted by now, on our website, the links to where you can get information. There's really, there was a press conference yesterday morning where both the Commissioner of Health and the Governor emphasized that it is a serious problem. We are monitoring it. We're in daily contact with the officials that are closest to it. And they keep emphasizing that we will disseminate information as fast as it becomes available, but that there is no need to panic at this time. It is serious, and we will continue to stay on top of it. But yeah, that's no other definite guidelines as far as how to handle isolated cases. But that the main thing is that you should check with the Department of Health Services if there are any questions on specific to your campus.
Okay. Any questions for Arturo at all? Okay, thanks so much for that update.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Before we jump into official agenda items, I'd like to just recognize a few people. We normally do this at the first of the meeting, and this first recognition is I do it with great pleasure and great regret. Because we have one of our board members, this is going to be his last meeting, and that's Trey Lewis, who has served as our first student regent, and which was very brave to come in and serve as a student regent with this group of people. And there's no timidity in this group. But I want to read a resolution recognizing Trey for all he's done. But first of all, I just want to tell you the thing. I will tell you that when student regents were first appointed, I would tell you that I was not a little bit apprehensive about it, to try to contemplate what's that going to mean and how much contributions will a student make. And I will tell you, the thing I've seen from Trey, number one, is he is not afraid to ask any questions. And I mean, that was from day one, Trey. You and we've always said there's no dumb question. And I'm telling you, you have brought a great different perspective for us to look at issues in higher ed from the student's perspective. And I really appreciate that. The other thing is this young man's going to law school at the University of Houston, pursuing a law degree. And it seems like every quarter I'd get a note saying, I've been out and visited with this community college president or this chancellor or this president. And I will tell you, this young man has taken this job seriously. He's done more than just attend, the committee meetings and attend these board meetings. And so I'm going to miss you greatly. If we can only do half as well as you in our next appointment, we will be a much better board for it. So thank you for all you've done, and I'm going to read an official resolution for you. And I know you have a little presentation you want to make today.
I do. Thank you for those kind words, Mr. Chairman.
Good. Well, I want you to make a few comments when I finish reading this lengthy resolution for you. So, whereas Charles Trey Lewis III was appointed the first student representative of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Rick Perry on June 1st, 2008, and whereas during his tenure on the coordinating board, Mr. Lewis served with great enthusiasm on the Participation and Success Committee and the Academic Excellence and Research Committee. And whereas the board, its staff, and all students in Texas have benefited from his efforts to visit and continue the dialogue with the leaders of higher education institutions in order to identify common strategies and solutions to achieve the goals of closing the gaps by 2015. And whereas Mr. Lewis's strong leadership was also instrumental in bringing together student regents from across the state to better understand the coordinating board's role and priorities for the 81st legislature and issues related to student success. And whereas his thoughtful questions at board meetings and contributions to board discussions have helped the board and its staff understand from a student's perspective the critical issues of concern for students throughout the state, especially on matters related to financial aid, tuition, undergraduate education, and graduate education. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this 30th day of April 2009 express our deepest appreciation to Charles Trey Lewis III for his distinguished service as the student representative, and we should have put the first student representative of this board, and his unwavering dedication to higher education for all students of Texas. Be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes and that a copy of the resolution signed by the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board be presented to Mr. Lewis in recognition of the high esteem in which he is held. Please join me in recognizing Trey for a job recognition. Make any comments?
Well, I wasn't expecting all this hoopla surrounding me. The resolution's so long it could only have been written by a lawyer. That's my first impression, but it's been an amazing experience. Being a law student and doing this on the side, there are some awkward moments of going into professors' offices and trying to explain to them why I would be missing their class, and I think about half of them didn't even understand really exactly what I was trying to do. Certainly the university presidents did, but it's working with such a dedicated staff here at the agency has been a real pleasure, and meeting some university presidents has really been great. Being a student, I had never even met a university president before this position, and now I'm on a first-name basis with several of them, so that's been a real thrill. And finally, just being able to serve on a board that has such distinguished members, and I've learned a lot from all of you, and it's been a real pleasure. Now I want to take the attention off of me and actually shift it on to Bob.
Oh, okay.
Bob, it occurred to me that this is one of your last meetings, and on behalf of the students of Texas, I wanted to recognize you for your many, many years of service. So I have this plaque, which I will read. It says, presented to Robert W. Shepard on behalf of all Texas students for being such a tremendous advocate for higher education in Texas. So, Bob, thank you for all your hard work.
Shepard?
I won't give a long speech, Mr. Chairman. Trey, I thank you very much. And what you didn't say in the resolution that I'm proud of is that Trey is the second member of the coordinating board from Harlingen, Texas. So,
But we claim him in Houston. We claim him in Houston.
Oh, okay. Well, he was raised in Harlingen. In fact, his mother and father still live there, which we're very proud of. But Trey, thank you for this honor. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Really enjoyed serving with you.
It's been a lot of fun, Bob.
Thanks. Okay.
Okay, thanks to both of y'all. Of course, we recognized Bob last meeting. We recognized him this meeting. I guess we're going to recognize him again in July. Shepard, we're not going to let you go. So, Trey, again, thanks. I have an odd feeling that we will see you in the future on other state boards because of your love for public service. So, thanks so much.
Mr. Chairman, I think before we let Trey Lewis off of the coordinating board, that I think it's really necessary for him to go through Senate confirmation.
Sounds like a brutal process, Bob.
That would be good training.
Absolutely.
Governor Ratliff could tell us about that. So, anyway.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to say a few words, too. Trey, you have been really an incredible inspiration to all of us. Your questions, your probing, your engagement with all of the colleges and universities across the state, the things that you've done in Houston, and inviting different members of the board to Houston to see different institutions, in particular U of H, of course. It's really shown your character, your commitment, and your leadership. And I would like to give you a little something. There's something special about the relationship between Joe Hinton and Trey Lewis. And I want to thank you, Joe, because what you have done in mentoring Trey and being there for him has really meant a lot to all of us. We've watched you mentor him. And when you were in Houston recently for the petroleum engineering celebration, it was obvious to us what you've done for Trey in mentoring him. I think we all feel very close to Trey, but I think you're really special. So anyway, I have a little something for both of you.
I truly didn't expect that.
This board has been stimulating the economy.
Thank you very much. Very nice. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Bricker. Any other comments? Okay, thanks. Thank you again,
Thank
Trey,
you,
very
Mr.
much.
Chairman.
I'd also like to take just a moment to, we do this on an annual basis, is to recognize the recipient of the Ken Ashworth Fellowship Award for 2009 and 2010. And, of course, he was a former commissioner of higher education, and this is an award that is awarded every year, and it's presented to students with financial need who are enrolled in graduate programs in public affairs. And the recipient this year is Miss Allison Fader-Brock, who attends the LBJ School of Public Affairs at UT. Allison can't be with us tonight, but I wanted to make sure that on public record that I recognized her and thanked her for all of her efforts, and we wish her the very, very best. I'd also like to take the opportunity to recognize the new presidents and chancellors in the audience. And I really have a special privilege today of recognizing not only the chancellor of the Houston Community College System, but 6 of her presidents as well as several of her associates. And I'm going to ask Chancellor Spangler to kind of make to the front. I'd like her to make a couple of comments. I gave her a heads up just a minute ago. But I tell you, as evidenced by this legislative session and past legislative sessions, this board is extremely committed to the community colleges. As evidenced by our recommendation in formula funding this session, as well as what we've made in recommendations for the Texas Education Opportunity Grant. And we recognize the community colleges are absorbing 70% of the new enrollment growth in the state right now. And so to have one of the largest systems here today and all these associates, it's really an honor. I'd like to introduce these people real quickly. Chancellor Mary Spangler. Mary? Come on up real quick. And I'm going to ask her other associates just to stand up and be recognized. But we're delighted to have Chancellor Spangler here. She's, we're laughing this morning. She came here from Michigan, but we call her a California transplant. She has been, I guess, at HCC for 1 or 2 years?
I just finished my second year. Yes.
And prior to that was in Michigan at Oakland Community College, and then prior to that was in Los Angeles at the Los Angeles City College, which is the flagship institution of the largest community college system there in California. I could go through her resume and tell you all the awards and recognitions, but she brings a great depth of experience. And in Texas, we are very blessed to be able to transplant that California knowledge and to bring it to Texas for community colleges. So joining her today, and I'd ask these individuals to stand up, are President Margaret Ford Fisher of Northeast College, President Fina Garza from Southwest College, President William Harmon from Central College, President Zachary Hodges from Northwest College, President Irene Parkelos, Southeast College, President Betty Young from Coleman College of the Health Sciences, and she's brand new, just joined April 1st. Wow. Deputy Chancellor and Chief Operating Officer Art Tyler, Vice Chancellor of Instruction Charles Cook, Vice Chancellor of Planning and Institutional Effectiveness Daniel Seymour, Interim Vice Chancellor of Student Success Cheryl Sterling, and Pam Christian, who's a ACE Fellow. Please join me in recognizing all these individuals. Chancellor Stangler.
Well, I will not take too much time. I appreciate the acknowledgement. We are 62,000 students strong, and I need every one of the leaders behind me. We have been working very judiciously over the last 2 years to build a team that is aligned and is advancing the institution and the vision of being the most relevant community college in the country, and I think we're making progress in that direction. We very much believe we are the economic driver of the region and that we will, in fact, be the answer, the solution to revitalizing the economy of Houston and the greater Houston region. On May 2nd, we will be celebrating our commencement and awarding degrees to 2,500 students. Henry Louis Gates Jr. will be delivering the commencement address. We're very proud of that, to have him there. And the one thing that I think is notable and unique about what we are doing, Opportunity 14 is a scholarship that enables any high school student who graduates from a high school in Houston and attends full-time and is eligible for financial aid. That student can attend Houston Community College for free. For free. So that certainly removes the financial barrier to higher education for any student in the Houston region. So I'll leave it at that. 62,000 students strong and growing. We have a goal of 75,000 students. We grew roughly 12% over the last year. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd also just like to, is Mr. Charles Sorber here, who's the interim president of Pan American? Is he here today? Okay. The last recognition I'd like to make is I'd just like to announce that Dr. Madeline Justice, with department head with A&M Commerce, is here, and Dr. Joyce Scott, Associate Professor of Education. Also, 7 graduate students are here to watch and participate in the board today. So we welcome each of you here also. And to all the chancellors and presidents, thanks so much for being here today. Have I missed anybody? Are you brave enough to stand up and tell me you missed? Okay. If not, we're going to move on into the agenda. The first item of business on the agenda is approval of the minutes, and could I have a motion for approval of the minutes? Ms. Bricker, could I have a second? Mr. Shepard, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by the same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Next is the consent calendar. This was sent out to the board in your board books a couple of weeks ago. We have the opportunity to request any of these items to come off the consent calendar if we want to and have further discussion. Does any board member have any recommendation for removing any of these agenda items from the consent calendar? If not, could I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented? Mr. Heldenfels, Mr. Phillips, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by the same sign. Motion carries. Next agenda item is agenda item 4, and this is really one of my favorite parts of our meeting. It seems like we've had some of our best presentations, and today will not be an exception to that, and that is our major policy discussion today. And there's been a significant amount of discussion around the knowledge and skills that students graduating from high school need to be competitive in the workplace. And higher ed, all of higher ed, both institutions as well as policymakers, need to understand very well what business and industry are looking for in these jobs. And we know, especially this session, we've heard a lot of debate on this issue. We've heard a lot of debate on whether high schools are overemphasizing college readiness and underemphasizing career and technical education. And this is an issue that we've talked about as a board on numerous occasions. And so for this board, what we wanted to do is have 2 experts come and visit with the board give us their perspectives, and then give us the opportunity to visit with them about those issues. And I'm very honored to introduce both these people. The first of these is Lieutenant Governor Bill Ratliff. I've known the governor for a number of years. He has represented my part of the country, Northeast Texas, for many years as my state senator. And you can go down the list for Governor Ratliff. I mean, he basically held almost every leadership role in the Senate, whether it was Senate Education, Senate Finance, Senate State Affairs, and of course served as our 41st Lieutenant Governor. And education is not a mystery to him. He may be the only one that can explain the formulas. Okay, I've been doing this for 6 years, and I still don't know if I could sit down and articulate the formulas. And I don't know if we'll ask you to do that this morning, Governor, but he can certainly do it if we ask him to do it. But the thing that I continue to be so impressed is that despite his departure now from being down here in Austin, he still has that heart for education, and that's evidenced by the role that he's playing in chairing the effort for Raise Your Hand Texas. And that's a bipartisan grassroots effort of taxpayers and families and business leaders who are really focused on the importance of public education, accountability, and has just done a great job. So we really are looking forward to hearing your perspective. I'd love for you to come up here, and I also introduce the associate who's there with you. In addition to Governor Ratliff, we also want to get somebody from industry, and we want to hear obviously what does industry say about this topic that's being discussed, probably just about every day down on the Hill right now. And so we have the opportunity to invite Mr. Ray Almgren here today, and we're delighted to have him here. And he's the Vice President of Development and Academic Relations for National Instruments. And I don't know how many of y'all are familiar with National Instruments, but it's a company that has grown up here in the backyard of Austin since 1976, started with 3 employees, has over 5,000 employees now. Mr. Almgren's been with them over 23 years, going on 24 years. And for those who are not familiar with the National Instruments, they develop software and hardware that engineers and scientists utilize in test and control and measurement applications. And I really believe we're getting a great expert here today because, one, he has a real love for education. I can see that from looking at his bio. He has received recognitions just this in 04 and 05 from UT as an outstanding young engineering graduate, and also as an outstanding young Texas X. And one of the things I noted in reviewing his bio and getting ready for this meeting is that you've devoted a lot of time to science and engineering students, and how do you inspire those students to pursue technical careers. And so it's just such a perfect match for what we want to talk about today. So we welcome both of you here, and we welcome you to come and make your comments.
You want me first? Okay. It's indeed an honor to be here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, and board members. I found out this morning we're both graduates of the same school. I think I graduated just a couple of years after you, right? Okay, so... slide rules. So I'll start just by giving a little background on the company and my background, which will give a little bit of perspective on where we come from at National Instruments. We are about a $750 million, very high-tech company here in Austin, and we pretty much serve exclusively the science and engineering marketplace, the engineers that design things, phones, airplanes, electric distribution systems. We've got about 5,000 employees total around the world. About half of them, 2,500, are here in Central Texas in Austin, and operate in about 40 countries. I am proud that our company is, for the last 10 years, has been rewarded a Fortune 100 Best Company to Work. It's a nice place to be. and though we don't publicize this too much, we've never had a layoff in our 30-year history. We're strong and profitable, and we're run by a Texas farm boy who grew up in Columbus, Texas, Dr. Shepard. As you all know, the statistics in terms of interest in science and engineering are a little bit scary in terms of participation in these fields. And because of our worldwide operations and the technology that we make, we invest a lot of our time in trying to encourage students to attain degrees in science and engineering. A number of programs that some of you may be familiar with that we're heavily invested in. One is a program called Project Lead the Way that has pre-engineering and science curriculum in a high school space. We supply technology in about 5 or 6 of the courses. Many of them are taught by the career and tech ed departments in our high schools. We're a major supplier to a very famous program called FIRST, founded by a very famous inventor, Dean Kamen. We supply a lot of time and money to that program that inspires students at the high school level to be hard workers and invest in things that matter. We also are a funder of the Texas High School Project, particularly the T-STEM initiative here in Texas. And we're also, along with Texas Instruments, a sponsor both in technology and money to the Infinity Project that comes out of SMU, led by our good friend Dr. Jeffrey Orsak. Additionally, here in Central Texas, we have about 150 of our engineers that spend time in the classroom every week in the elementary and middle school classrooms helping teachers with science and technology. And that's about 10% of our technical workforce. I would suggest that that's probably one of the highest percentages of any high-tech company in the U.S. So I'll make 3 points to you today. One of the questions that was asked is, what is it like at NI? What do you look for? What kind of people do you hire? So I'll answer that question, and what kind of skills we look for, and then I'll talk a little bit about what I think is important in STEM education, both secondary and as well as post-secondary. So I'll give you some statistics about our company. The average salary for someone who graduates with a high school diploma is about $30K. We have a number of folks that get 2-year degrees, technical degrees. The average salary is about $45K for those folks. And then the large percentage, as you might imagine, of our employees are 4-year degree. And this is both technical and non-technical, and that's an average of about $76K, just to put it in perspective. And then in terms of hiring, the percentages and the numbers that we hired, I went back as far back in our database as I could find, which was 2001 when we automated our HR database. We hired about 170 people in Austin. 85% of those were 4-year degree, 10% were 2-year degree, and 5% had a high school degree. So that gives you a little flavor as to how. Last we hired 4 in Austin, 90 4-year degree, about 5% were high school. So we haven't changed, but we're very, very slanted towards the 4-year. One stat that's often not discussed, but the reality of healthcare costs is pretty high in the U.S. And for an average employee, for any employee, it doesn't matter, it's about $15K, which represents about 50% of the salary of someone with just a high school degree. So healthcare costs are a major part of expenses for any employer in the United States. So what are the skills that we look for? This is probably not surprising. Problem-solving skills is the most important, and what I describe as raw technical horsepower. And that's not just technical in the technical subjects. It could be in marketing or business or legal. I think we're successful as a company because
we have to find a way out of this dilemma.
Because what we are doing now is we are driving these students, by requiring these students to take a college prep curriculum, every one of them, by requiring them to take a college prep curriculum or be labeled a failure, we're driving them out on the streets. Teachers will tell you that. I don't know why we don't listen to our teachers, because they will tell you that many of these students drop out because they see no relevancy of the curriculum to their lives. They don't see why in the world they would ever have to take pre-calculus. I got a call from Attorney General just a few days ago asking me what he could do to help it. He said, there's not a lawyer in Texas that needs pre-calculus. So the role that I see for the Higher Education Coordinating Board is to try to put some sanity in this discussion and say, we want to continue to raise the bar for those students who we have to put out into the world for this man to hire, and for the other professions that need these baccalaureate degrees. We know we have to do that to compete with the Chinas and the Koreas and the other parts of the world. We've got to continue to raise the strenuousness of the curriculum for those. But we must provide a route for students who don't want to do that, or we will continue to drive them out on the streets. And we will, that $80,000 a year will go up, just as sure as we're sitting here. I think the Higher Education Coordinating Board could play a tremendous role in helping our public education partners in this structure a curriculum that prepares these students so that if later on they decide to go into a baccalaureate program, they have the basic tools, the core curriculum necessary to do that. But we are not forcing them to take courses in which they absolutely see no relevance. This debate is going on the Hill as we speak. Senate Bill 3 and House Bill 3 were both considered on the floor yesterday. And this debate is raging as to what it is that we allow, what it is that we require of these students who don't have any desire to go to a baccalaureate program. I think this is the gathering storm. And if we continue to look at it with a blind eye, to ignore what we're doing to these students, that storm will be here. I found it very interesting. I don't know how many of you saw it a few weeks ago, maybe it was a month ago. There was a long 2-page fold-out story in the Dallas Morning News about Sweden, about the huge success that the Swedish are having in their public schools with their preparing their students. In the last 3 paragraphs, I may be the only person in Texas that read the entire thing, but the last 3 paragraphs, they discuss the fact that in Sweden, in the 9th grade, a student makes a decision whether or not he or she is going to pursue a baccalaureate path or a workforce path. Now, we're not necessarily advocating for that. We think that there is a core set of courses that all students ought to take and see whether they can handle it. But somewhere in that high school career, we need to allow some of these students to pursue something different. And I'll close, but I want to tell you about a couple of guys that live in Mount Pleasant, Texas. Probably the finest pair of carpenters I've ever seen. They are artists, absolute artists. These 2 brothers, one of them will be on the ground, the other one at the top of a hip roof, where 3 roofs come together with 3 different pitches. And the one up on the top will call down 3 or 4 measurements. The one on the ground will cut that board on 2 different angles and send it up and never even look at it because he knows it's going to fit. Now, I've had Algebra 1, Algebra 2, plane geometry, solid geometry, trigonometry. I've had differential calculus and integral calculus. And I couldn't do that to save my life. There's nothing dumb about these guys. But I will promise you this. Both of them would be dropouts in today's society, in today's educational atmosphere. Yet they're two of the finest craftsmen I've ever seen in my life. We have to provide a route for these people, a place where they can be, where they can have some pride in what they do. They can have a high school diploma, and they can pursue a career and technology course in life without being labeled a failure. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to get that off my chest.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Algren. Questions from the board? Questions, comments?
I'd like to.
Ms. Bricker?
No, I'll yield to the Commissioner.
Well, I think the comments that have been made by our two distinguished presenters, I think underscore what has happened in Texas, and that is we've had because of there's been a clamor for producing more college graduates, which I think we clearly need. There's been the response has unfortunately been the perception that organizations like the Coordinating Board or individuals like myself are indifferent or are insensitive to the kinds of issues that you raise, Governor. And as we talked when we had breakfast a month or so ago, we discovered we had a lot of common ground. You said something that I think is critical to our position here at the Coordinating Board when you said that every child needs a solid academic foundation. And our position has been that we support the notion of a solid academic foundation for every child in Texas, upon which that child can build a superstructure of career and technical education or preparation to go to a university. And that career and technical education preparation that rests on that foundation could be either something that allows students to get into the skilled workforce upon graduation from high school or go on to a career and technical education program at a community college. And there's been some confusion about our position. We've, in working with the Texas Education Agency, we've been very open, and Commissioner Scott and I have talked about any number of times how we can develop sophisticated, relevant, useful career and technical education courses so that students can take those once they get their solid academic core in place. And we are going to, when this session is over, we're going to spend a lot of time looking at career and technical education, make sure that it's aligned with workforce needs and is aligned with career and technical education community colleges. I wrote an editorial, an op-ed piece about a month or so ago that I said, I wish we didn't have this controversy in Texas because actually we need both. We need stronger baccalaureate programs. It's extraordinarily unfortunate that 70% of the students in an engineering program at one of our universities need remediation in math. It is also unfortunate that we can't find a way to make courses relevant so that students won't drop out regardless of what their goals are. Now, I think I would challenge one comment that seemed implicit in your remarks, and that is that we need courses that are relevant. There's no reason in the world why academic courses can't be made relevant. They don't have to be applied courses to be relevant. They can be relevant with effective, inspiring teaching. And I think what we need more than anything else in Texas is more effective instruction, more effective learning, and we have to work together to do that. I see no contradiction between what you and Mr. Aldrin said. I think we, for the students that want to go to university, we have to prepare them better than we are currently doing. And for the students that want to go into the workforce, we have to prepare them better. For the students that want to go to community colleges and get a certification credential of some sort, we have to prepare them better. And more than anything else, we have to prepare them for an uncertain world. We know that somewhere close to 25% of the jobs that will be available, will be in high demand over the next 25, 30 years, don't exist today. And the only way we can prepare those, the youngsters of today for that kind of uncertain future is to give them all a solid academic foundation so that they can have options, whether in the career and technical education field or in university education. And finally, it's important to note that we know that today's high school students will change careers 3 or 4 times. And I don't mean changing jobs. I mean changing careers. I'm not talking about going from one pharmaceutical company to another as a salesperson. I'm talking about changing the very character of the sort of work that they do. The only way we can prepare young people for that kind of future is to give them all a solid academic foundation. So as we agreed over breakfast, let's make sure that we give every child a solid academic foundation. Let's inspire children to be as good as they can intellectually and in terms of their career goals. And I think once we assure all children and all families of that solid academic preparation, then I think we can let children and families make their own choices about their futures.
I can't disagree with anything that you said. I think part of this is definitional, but I do think that we have a problem in that there are a lot of people today who will tell you straight up that the definition of satisfactory performance in high school is to be college ready. And you have a huge number of people that is just not a practical definition.
We've tried to blend the two. But college readiness and workforce readiness are the same thing, and we have our college and career readiness standards are intended to blend those two effectively. I think we have to do a better job of communicating with high schools and school districts about what that means. I very much agree with you that pre-calculus is not necessarily the necessary course that students should take. I think we need to develop more strong applied mathematics courses for students in high school. We had a presentation, we talked about this over breakfast at a recent board meeting where we recognized the IGNITE program, which started at Fredericksburg High School, and is to me an exemplary model of how students can combine rigorous science and mathematics with hands-on experience. These students actually build rockets, and they're prepared to become engineering technicians. They're prepared to go into rigorous engineering programs at places like Texas A&M, with which that program has had an affiliation. So I think the first thing we have to do is we have to address a lot of the misconceptions about what we've been trying to do at the coordinating board and what the 4x4 curriculum has meant at TEA. I can tell you that Commissioner Scott has told me that it was never the intention of the 4x4 curriculum to simply emphasize or to emphasize only academic courses. And we have to make sure that we do a better job of working with organizations like yours that have a legitimate concern about students that are interested in the workforce and interested in career and technical education. It was never the intention, at least since I've been at the coordinating board, and certainly hasn't been my experience in working with my colleagues at TEA, that we wanted to communicate the notion that everybody should go to a university. That's never been our goal. In fact, Chairman Riter's comment in talking about community college has been one of the critical areas we've emphasized, at least in the time that I've been here, that community colleges are absolutely the linchpin of the educational system in Texas. And the reason that they are the linchpin is because they are the most effective mechanism we have in Texas for creating pathways in both directions, career and technical education and academics. So we need to do a better job of communicating that. And as I said before, I thank you for your leadership.
Ms. Bricker?
Yes, a few comments. Mr. Onquin, I think you provided a reality check for us, and I think that anytime a business person who is successful in business puts his money where his mouth is in the schools, that makes an incredible difference in the leadership of the schools to understand that relationship and the importance of that relationship, and certainly the health of the economy of Texas and how that's linked. Actually, the project Lead the Way, I'm so excited to hear that is your project, is a very important project at Chavez High School in the Houston Independent School District in partnership with Houston Community College. So I thank you for that as well. And Governor, you've been an inspiration ever since I was on the Houston School Board in 1995, and I have to say, Mr. Chairman, that he is not only someone that understands the formula funding for higher ed, but he also is an expert on public ed finance and the father of accountability. So you wear several hats. And one of the things I did want to comment on is that in 1999, the Houston Independent School District became one of the first districts to default the recommended curriculum as the actual default curriculum. And we tracked those numbers and did not see any indication of students dropping out as a result of having higher standards. In fact, what we found was as we expected more, we got more from those students. I don't think, and I think that the Commissioner would agree with me, I don't think it has to be an either or. When I look at a school, Westbury High School, and I believe in several surrounding districts, Pasadena and others, they have a auto mechanics partnership with Daimler Chrysler. Probably not a good day to say Chrysler, now that I think about it. But they had a successful business relationship, and those students had to have the same kind of skills to go into the workplace to work on cars and go into the automotive industry as they would to go to community college or four-year university. So what I fear is the danger is if we begin to track students early on, or even track them when they're in high school and say you're going to college and you're not, that we become a society that lowers expectations of students, and we lose those kids. And I don't think you're advocating that, and I don't mean to say that you are, but what I'm most proud of from the school district side of the school districts in Texas, and the higher ed side as well, is that I believe we all share those expectations, that we don't want to track students early. We don't want to say you're only going to go right after high school into the workplace. I think that being college ready means that you can be successful in the workplace, whether you're reading a manual to fix a car or whether you're going on to higher ed. I think that can be one and the same. And I think that our responsibility on the coordinating board, we have many responsibilities. I think first and foremost is to forge a stronger partnership with TEA, because we, after all, are the ones, we collectively are training those teachers that are teaching those children that are graduating from our high schools prepared for the workplace or college. Two, to create more of a seamless transition, whether it's early childhood all the way through to high school, but then beyond. And those college-ready standards that we all worked so hard on and committed ourselves to, I think that alignment piece is still something that we all struggle with. Probably anyone in this audience representing higher ed would say that is still a mystery as to how we reach back into those high schools and communicate the expectations both ways. And that's probably the biggest challenge of all. But certainly to both of you, your insight is really incredible and really powerful and very important to all of us.
Let me quickly say that by quoting the Swedish model, we're not advocating starting in the ninth grade with students taking a different path. We are strongly advocating that about in the third year of high school that these students have more options for a more practical or courses that are more attuned to the practical application courses than the theoretical, which they might need if they're going to go on for a baccalaureate. And we think that just the fact that those courses are there, that there will be students who will hang around because they see a course that means something to them. We're convinced that the people who work with them every day tell us that will be one of the facts. It's not the only answer. There are lots of answers out there. We think this is an important one, though.
Well, and I would hope that however the Senate bill and or House bill comes out, I would hope that career and technology is still an integral part of it, and I believe it will be. I think that, there was a struggle early on with electives, the fine arts, and all of the other very, very important disciplines that students in high school absolutely cannot give up. Every student, just like in college, has to find his or her niche, and in high school, sometimes that niche is not an academic. In fact, I would probably, be able to say with some confidence that most of the time that niche is not an academic. It's usually, athletic or art related, which I would argue, and I think that many would, that is just as important as is the social side of being in school. That's how they feel successful. That's where their support comes from. The band course or the music course or in my case, debate. Or drama. I also was a mime teacher, so there you go. But I really feel strongly that we have to find that fine link, walk that tightrope, where we're not pushing every child to expectations that he or she absolutely cannot achieve, but yet we're still reaching for his or her fullest potential. And that's, I think, been an age-old question. When many of us were in school, not you, Trey, but when many of us were in school, there was tracking early on. In that book, Mindset, you're a bluebird and you're a redbird. You're a good reader, you're not. I mean, that was as early as first and second grade. I think we've come a long way from that. I think that there's a distinction between expecting everyone to be brilliant or gifted or a high achiever and being well educated. And I think that that's what we struggle with.
Governor Ratliff, I think that you really bring us a message that is causing us to rethink, as a couple of people remarked on, how we communicate our expectations. If the 3 R's are changing today to rigor, relevant, and real-world experience, I look at one of our problems being that we too often, I guess we've interpreted rigor in some cases as also rigid. And I think that is part of the rub. I think the 2 takeaways that I'm hearing from both you gentlemen is, one, that in order to be relevant, while we need to be rigorous, we also have to have flexible curriculum and flexible options. And perhaps in setting our college readiness standards, which we also call workforce standards, and the curriculum that will have to mesh to meet those standards, that's going to be one of our biggest challenges. The next 4 to 6 years I see as the most dynamic and critical time in Texas education, be it public education or higher education. And I think, so I have 2 questions. One, I think, is that in addition to the challenge of being flexible, we have a challenge in our messaging. The Commissioner correctly pointed out that we've never intended the term college readiness and college-ready standards to be exclusive of CTE or those who want to pursue associate's degrees or technical certifications, etc. But I look over here on this wall and I see under Texas Apply and the name of our foundation, College for All Texans. And I think one of our challenges, and that we would look to you and your organization for guidance and feedback, is that while we intend that term in the effort that the legislature is debating of creating a college-going culture in Texas to apply beyond four-year universities, I'm not sure that's how it's being heard. And perhaps we need to change the terminology in order to change the expectation and the recognition of those students that want to take a different path. And secondly, you gave us some interesting statistics. I always like hard numbers. You talk about 45% of students just not being interested in a bachelor's degree.
And my case for that is the fact that they don't even take the SAT.
Right. I mean, so that's a logical correlation. And but what I think we need to challenge ourselves is to go, at coordinating board, TEA, Raise Your Hand Texas, those of us that are employers, and say, what is the right mix? Given our changing economy, if 45% don't want a bachelor's degree, that doesn't mean that 45% are going to stop with a high school degree. And so how do we challenge ourselves to, without tracking kids, and by building in flexibility, to study, what is it that Texas and our nation really require of us? Should we be trying to move that needle from 45% down to 30%? And of that remaining, and I'm just pulling these numbers out of the air, of that remaining 30%, should 20% of those students be prepared and guided into choices that involve associate's degrees or go into a technical college? I think, during your years in the Senate, because of your expertise with formulas, funding public education, otherwise, you earned the nickname Obi-Wan Kenobi. So I guess I'm asking Obi-Wan, for your remarks on how we get on that path to matching the needs of our state, our society, and our economy with creating positive expectations and the right kind of guidance and rigor, relevance, and real-world experience for the students.
Well, I really do think part of it is the kind of is the way you communicate it. And the problem is, one of the problems is that there are people out there who truly do believe that every child ought to graduate from high school with be ready for a four-year college. We hear that. And they've got some microphones. And so when you say college ready, without explaining what that means to you, what you do in that instance is reinforce this unrealistic, in my opinion, position of those people that every child, that if we, the definition of success is being ready for college. And every child that comes out of high school ought to be at least prepared to go to a community college and take some coursework. I don't think that's the question. And if that's what you call college ready, then maybe we're the ones that are hearing it differently. But that's not what's coming to us. What's coming to us is college ready means that this person can go to a four-year college without remediation. And that's an expectation that if we continue to try to drive square pegs into round holes, we're going to continue to do the same things that we've done all these years. I guess I've said it as many ways as I know how to say it. I wish I had the answers. When Royce West called me Obi-Wan Kenobi, I told him I thought he was using Ebonics because I hadn't even seen the movie. But I certainly didn't think that I had the answers either.
At least he didn't say Yoda. Well, I was, National Instrument statistics, were very helpful. But your workforce, as you just told us, is 85 to 90% for your graduates. Now, National Instruments may be, at this end of the spectrum. I own a company where most of my employees don't have college degrees, and many of them don't even have high school degrees, because we have a whole range of labor crews in our manufacturing business. So somewhere in the middle, though, is the mix that Texas needs to compete in the global economy. I'd give you a pad of paper if I thought we could come up with a formula today. I'm not suggesting we can, but I think that's our challenge, along with better messaging. Because if you're the folks that you represent and your group advocates for, hear college ready and don't perceive the message the way we intend it, then we probably need to change the message.
Yeah.
Maybe it's real world ready is what we all need to be talking about. Ms. Phillips?
Governor, thank you for coming. I want to see if we can get you to talk a little bit more about the dropout rate. I wanted to be on the coordinating board because of the dropout rate. And by the way, I couldn't get on the board till I served on another board, and you appointed me to that board, so thank you very much.
I'm sure you did a good job.
Well, I got here anyway. But, we can't drive any pegs in any holes unless we can keep them there in school. And I really hear your emphasis on that, and I'm glad that y'all are working on it. I think I echo what Ms. Bricker said about maybe the problem isn't high expectations with dropping out, because we haven't had high expectations of these kids all these years, and we got this terrible dropout rate. So I don't know how it could get much worse. Maybe it could. But we just have to do a better job, a more creative job. We have to reinvent school. I mean, when you've got kids who fail Algebra 1 and then they know they can't graduate, of course they're going to drop out. And we have to do a better job with our curriculum and being much more creative and really reinventing school. And I'm really surprised, and maybe raise your hand and other organizations can help. It seems like it's taking forever, this theme of reinventing the schools, integrating, getting rid of silos, as you said, Ray, it is taking forever. What can we do to make it happen faster?
Well, I found out over those many years dealing with public education that it's like turning the Queen Mary. It takes a long time to change course. But there are a lot of answers to your question. In Texas today, we have 45,000 teachers who are teaching a subject for which they're not certified. Why? It's not the teacher's fault. You can't find science and math teachers. They're not there, because if they are good enough in science and math to become a math or science teacher, they can go to work for this guy at a far better salary and far better situation than to be sent into an inner city school trying to teach kids who may not even be literate math and science. We have not wrestled yet with the problem of how it is that we get those teachers that can provide the relevance, that can provide the challenge to these kids.
We have examples, though, in our own state and across the country of how it's done, and we don't do it. I mean, we know that you can take a whole school full of inner city kids performing 2 or 3 grade levels below where they should be, and that they can all graduate, and that they can all 100% go to college. They've been doing it at all these schools, but we don't apply it across the state.
Well, I can only answer. I saw in my tenure, a lot of very successful one campus, one district success stories. Many of them. Trying to replicate those across the state in school districts that have 20 students and 200,000 students is most difficult.
It is.
We had hundreds of people come in and talk to us about how successful this particular program was, and then you try to replicate it. And to replicate it, you need the same people. They're not there. Or they need a lot more training, and we need to improve the salary so that we can attract the very best into the classroom. One of the ways that the Swedish and those kinds of countries beat our ears down is because teaching is a very honorable profession and a very well compensated profession. And we don't treat our teachers that way.
But I thought maybe you'd get your wand out.
I wish I could.
Well, listen, thanks so much to Governor, to you and Mr.
Thanks for
Aldrin.
listening.
And I know you have a 10 o'clock meeting down at the Capitol. I want to be respectful of that. But I really appreciate it because I think what you've done is left a challenging message for this board. I mean, it's insightful, it's challenging. I think hopefully we're going to get a bill, HB or SB3, and we'll see what's going to come out of those. And then how do we work within the confines? And I think the other issue is, and we're just at the beginning stages, as Mr. Heldenfels says, with these college workforce standards, how do we integrate that in the classroom and drive that? And I think the communicating message both of y'all have communicated to me today that we need to be more effective in that. So thank you for a great conversation.
And please leave both your cell phone numbers.
Thank you very much. I know where you live. Thanks.
Thank you.
While the chairman steps out for a second, let me keep the agenda moving here. The next item on the agenda is item number 5, recognition of excellence. This recognition of excellence is meant to showcase models of excellence within the education community and highlight the outstanding work of our education faculty and administrators and institutional programs around the state. Today, we recognize the Hobby Eberly Telescope Dark Energy Experiment, a project of the Norman Hackerman Advanced Research Program. It's designed to understand the evolutionary history of dark energy. It's a fascinating project that uses the large Hobby Eberly Telescope and an innovative new instrument called VIRUS, which under the current swine flu news headlines, I don't know if we couldn't have come up with a better acronym, but in any case, the new instrument VIRUS to survey the sky 10 times faster than existing facilities worldwide. The principal investigators of this project have a strong track record of mentoring. Joining us today is Dr. Carl Gebhardt, one of the initiators. I've got to find the other page of the script. Dr. Gebhardt, welcome. Gebhardt, I'm sorry. He is joined by graduate students Jeremy Murphy and Guillermo Blanc, and undergraduate student Joyce Bune. Did I get all those names correct so far? Who recently won the Outstanding Senior Award in the Astronomy Department at the University of Texas at Austin due to her work on this project. And I think you have one more guest whose name is not on my script.
And Lei Howe is also here. She's a research scientist working in the program.
Elaine, welcome. Why don't you give us some remarks, some description about your program?
So thank you for inviting us, and I want to thank you for your support as well. It's been fantastic. So Hobby Eberly Telescope, a dark energy experiment. I won't talk too much about dark energy, but I just want to talk about the education components of the program that you've been working on. So this is a large project. It's a $35 million project. It's an international project. It's a project that's designed to answer what is the nature of dark energy. It's one of the biggest outstanding problems in all of science. And so with that, there is a very large collaboration, and there's a lot of projects around the world trying to understand what dark energy is. It is extremely important for us, for a variety of reasons, to involve students, undergrads as many as we can, and the graduate students, but to allow them to have a a piece of their own within this project. This is a very important component to us. So to that end, we've started a very large pilot survey project. And so this is the project that has been funded primarily by the coordinating board, by the grants that come from the coordinating board. And it has been remarkably successful. So what we do is we send our students and our undergrads and our graduate students out to the observatory to make some observations that are going to impact what we expect to get from dark energy. So let me talk a bit about dark energy, and then I'll talk a bit about what this student involvement is. So dark energy, there is a major problem out there in astronomy and in science right now. That is 75% of the energy in the universe is completely mysterious. How we know that is that right now our universe is expanding. When we try to measure how far away a galaxy is away from us as a function of time, we see that as we look farther and farther away, our universe is expanding much faster than what we think. That expansion then infers that there is this outstanding component there that we are calling dark energy. And it's about 75%. So the implications are, and so I don't want to talk about the details, but I just want to give you the implications of what may be the cause of what is happening here. The one is we don't understand the laws of gravity. That's fairly fundamental. Another one is there is a new type of particle out there that represents 75% of the energy in the whole universe. Completely fundamental. Another one is we don't understand the Big Bang. Again, fundamental. We don't know what the answer is, but our project, THECB, stands alone for all the other dark energy projects out there. We are looking at a time in the universe which no one else has looked at. So when I'm on many committees around the world that are talking about dark energy, and THECB is always standing alone, and it is the one project that is known to be associated to a state. Since all the other projects are so large and so expensive, they're all international in nature, and they're all major collaborations between the Department of Energy, Fermilab, ESA in Europe, the space agency, and NASA, huge collaborations. But THECB is a separate project that they actually call it. It's called the Texas Project to many people in the dark energy community. And it is being seen more and more as one of the essential components to understand what dark energy is. Okay. What that allows us is we are having undergrads. I get undergrads knocking on my door continuously to work on the project. And one of the big issues there is trying to oversee this all this activity, and it's been fantastically exciting to see the excitement of the students themselves. That is one of the goals here. One of the problems in science is getting people engaged. When you have an issue, something as important as dark energy, it is our responsibility to engage the public, to engage students, and try to bring them into the field. And so far, it is, people have, taken this on in many regards throughout the country, and it's working quite well. We have a very strong outreach component. So because of McDonald Observatory, we are trying to reach out to the community in that regard. We have a very strong component within our university to engage undergrads. And so we have as many students as we can possibly handle at this moment. We're always trying to find more. It's just a matter of money. There's plenty of science to do here. And so to my left is Jeremy Murphy, who's working on a very important aspect of it. He is doing a lot of the instrument design for what we use on the telescope. And at the end is Guillermo Blanc. he is probably the primary person who is overseeing the pilot survey and the data taking as well. Right next to him is Lei Hao. So Lei Hao is our research scientist here, and she is overseeing all of the most of the undergraduates who are working within the project. And Joyce, I actually want to have Joyce be on speak for a little bit and to tell me her experience. I'm sorry about that, Joyce, but since she's our only undergraduate here, so there are plenty who are working in the project, but Joyce is our best one. And as we said, she won the most prestigious award that the astronomy department has, and there are a couple of awards which I don't know she's aware of yet, but she's in the running for. So she won the Outstanding Senior Award. She just applied to graduate school at a variety of places, and I think was accepted at many. So I just want her to say a few words about her experience for doing some research in the project. So, Joyce?
Okay, well, so I'm Joyce Bian. I'm a senior undergrad, so I'll be graduating next month, actually. I started working with the Heldenfels project last summer, and I immediately started working with Lei Hao. And as an undergrad, you kind of come in feeling like you don't know very much, so there was a steep learning curve. But after a while, I got more and more involved with the project, and over the past several months, I've been focusing on the issue of trying to process what we call guider images that are taken along with the science data that we do with Virus P. And we take these images about every 30 seconds as we're taking the science data. And though they're not pointed at the objects of interest, we use these other images to calibrate exactly where we're pointing, and also to get a measure of the observational conditions in which we are taking them. So I've been learning how to do this and getting involved more with it and trying to develop the pipeline for processing all these thousands of images. And then on the other side of it, I've also had the opportunity to go out to McDonald Observatory and learn how to operate the telescope on my own, which was really exciting. So in Austin, I process the images and I look at them, I know what they look like, but I didn't know where they were coming from until I actually got the opportunity to go out. And so, so far I've been 3 times, and I know how to use the telescope, I know where the data is coming from. So to be able to see the Heldenfels project from these 2 really different points of view has been really exciting, and I've been enjoying the work that I've been doing.
So Joyce is one of our stars, and I'm looking forward to see how she goes. So we had a presentation, an actual PowerPoint presentation, but at 10 o'clock as well, I have 21 5-year-old kids who are expecting a tour at the astronomy department. I have them on hold right now, so I'm going to forego the presentation. So thank you again.
Questions, comments from the board?
That's great.
Joy, where are you going to graduate school?
I'll be going to Cornell University for an astronomy PhD.
Is it true that the undergrads do this research for free?
Some may.
A question I have, not only for Joyce really, but all the students, is just out of personal curiosity, because we don't always get to hear from students, the real customers and consumers of what we try to do here with policy and such. You know, what first triggered that spark of curiosity and set you on the path to pursue science and study what you're studying? What was the trigger for each of you?
Bill?
I think I came into it rather late. I was doing actually a number of other things for a while. I was actually a carpenter, believe it or not, on the tails of the senator's talk. But yeah, it was just this kind of constant fascination with science, and then there was a moment in time where I realized that I could really actually do it as a profession and not a hobby, and that's when I returned to school and started on this path.
Well, I had a totally different approach towards science. I wanted to be an astronomer since I was like 12 years old, and I basically followed every traditional step towards that and went from high school to college and from college to grad school, and I haven't stopped studying since I've been 5 years old or something. So I've never been in the real world like Jeremy. But I mean, it's a very, what I appreciate the most is the fact of actually enjoying your job a lot. I'm being fascinated by it, and not a lot of people have the luck to wake up every morning, go to work, and actually enjoy it. And not being hoping that it ends, but being hoping that you have a couple more hours to keep on working before you have to go home.
Wow, that's interesting. So that's what I like to hear in my students.
Whit?
I have a slightly different approach again, because I came from a different country, which is in China, and they have a different educational system from, I guess, from here. And there, I think I didn't have much thought before I get into the science field, but instead I gained my interest by already into the study. Emerged into the study a lot. Like I was taught to study hard, and while doing so, I grew the interest of the science and the technology stuff. So I guess maybe this probably works for some people as well. That you don't need to always provide interest beforehand. But I don't know how. But that's what I get into the science field.
That's the high expectations we heard earlier. So, you know.
Mr. Chairman. I wanted to make a few remarks as chairman of the Committee on Academic Excellence and Research, but I'm going to squeeze them all down so you can get to those kids. You're doing so much that we like, your collaboration, your pipeline approach, your recognition of undergraduate students, and we are thrilled that our research program has been able to provide a little help to you in that, and you're really an exemplary program, and I know you're studying dark energy, but we commend you for your human energy.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can. I think one of the things that I think is so neat to see is when I was an undergrad, I felt that there's kind of a gap between undergrads and professors, and so to see undergrads working on a project of this caliber with professors I think is really neat. And, you guys are doing a great job, and keep it up.
Thank you.
And we'll be very interested to learn of your findings. And
a few years ago, so we'll get there.
Yeah,
and their applications. Yeah.
And if you'll send us a copy, I'd personally like to look at the PowerPoint presentation. I know you're scrambling off it to send us a copy of it.
That'd be
I
great.
think all of us as board members would like to have a copy of that. So. And thanks for your indulgence and it being a little bit delayed. But thanks to each of you, and more than else, thanks for the inspiration you give to us. So thank you for coming.
And for creating, hopefully, the spark that'll bring 21 new scientists and engineers into the education system.
That's right. That's right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next agenda item is agenda item 6, and that is on matters relating to the Committee on Academic Excellence and Research, and I will turn that over to Chairman Phillips.
And Mr. Chairman, it's okay with you to take an item out of order?
Absolutely.
We have Senator West here, yes. We will move to item 6F, because we have a guest here, Senator West, who wishes to talk to us about this item. 6F, once you get to it, is a consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation certifying that Texas A&M University Kingsville System Center San Antonio, Tarleton State University System Center Central Texas, and University of North Texas System Center Dallas have met the legislatively established minimum threshold of full-time student equivalents needed to become standalone institutions. And McGregor will perhaps give us a little background and then introduce the senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. the three institutions that we're discussing today have started along, hopefully coming to the middle of their process in terms of becoming standalone institutions. I won't say the end, because we all know we want to go a lot farther than where we are now with those institutions. But in terms of where they started and where we are today, they've made significant strides, the most important of which, for two of the institutions unquestionably, and for the third, with a little extra help in the legislature, I think we'll get to the same point. But Texas A&M University San Antonio has achieved a full-time student enrollment of 1,035. In order to be a standalone institution under current law, they have to hit 2,500 students or get 1,000 students with tuition revenue bonds authorized and issued. And there is legislation currently pending that would allow them to become standalone with simply 1,000 and without the extra requirements. The other two institutions, the University of North Texas at Dallas and Texas A&M University Central Texas, both may become standalone independent institutions upon reaching 1,000. University of North Texas at Dallas has reached 1,003 students, and Texas A&M University Central Texas, or currently Tarleton State University System Center Central Texas, has reached 1,204 students. And on a personal aside, having worked at one of these campuses, I couldn't be happier for all three of them. Senator West and I have worked on this issue for a significant period of time as well, and we certainly have seen a lot of change in these institutions, and we wish them all well with the changes that they are going to be undergoing as they become standalone independent institutions once the board has certified these numbers. And we went ahead and chose to go ahead and have Texas A&M University San Antonio have us certify the number that they are at presently, simply because if the legislation passes, we did not want to have to bring another agenda item forward and slow down their opportunity to move ahead as a standalone institution as well. So we brought all three of them together.
Thank you.
Senator West, if you would care to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, members of the coordinating board. I feel like an expecting father this morning, and also godfather. I put it like that. I feel like I'm in the delivery room awaiting the birth of institutions of higher education. The commissioner and I have often spoken, we've often spoke about exactly what will these institutions become. And the reality is we should realistically, we should never live to really see these institutions reach their full potential, because I think that potential is somewhere out there in perpetuity, and that's a long way away. But what we can do is make certain that they don't become schizophrenic institutions of higher education. And when I say that, it's going to be real important that as these institutions find their way, as they begin to crawl, as they begin to walk, that they have the support, guidance, and assistance of the coordinating board, the legislative body, the executive branch, and also their fellow institutions. What we're about to do, we have, 34 state-supported institutions of higher education right now. We are on the pathway right now. Pathway. I'll leave that alone. I'm having an additional 3, so we end up having about 37 state-supported institutions of higher education. I want to thank the commissioner. McGregor, you and I have been on this path a long time. I want to thank you. We have not always agreed, but we've always been able to reach an agreement in terms of what's in the best interest of the state of Texas. And so, as an expectant father, I'm getting ready to sit down and let you deliver these institutions to the state of Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator. And just so that we can recognize the leadership from the various institutions, Dr. John Price from the University of North Texas at Dallas is here. Carolyn Green, the Dean of Academic Affairs at Texas A&M University San Antonio 2B. Dr. Gary Ross from Tarleton State University Central Texas and Texas A&M University Central Texas. Dr. Taft, the Dean of Academic Affairs at Tarleton Central Texas. thank you all for being here. We appreciate your time and the opportunity and the work that you all are putting into your institutions. Senator, thank you again for being here. Madam Chair.
Thanks, McGregor. Well, Senator, you can start breaking out the cigars because the committee recommends approval, so we just have one more step to go. Members, any discussion or comments? Okay, you've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion? So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Bricker, seconded by Mr. Wingo. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Congratulations. Motion carries. I'll go ahead. Our committee met on March the 23rd, and we discussed and voted on several preliminary authority and new degree program requests. The committee learned that the staff has been very busy with the 81st legislature. They've reviewed over 200 bills and have prepared several higher education impact statements, and I think we've seen some of those, and it's exceptionally good work. And we appreciate the extra work that everybody in your area has taken, McGregor, during this time, during this session. Anything else?
Yeah, ma'am, I'd also like to pass on my thanks to the staff of Academic Affairs and Research for all the work that they have done. Dr. Kevin Lemoyne, as my deputy, has had to spend a lot of time on a lot of different projects catching up for me when I've been down at the legislature, as have the other folks in the division. So I want to thank all of them as well.
Absolutely. Agenda item 6B is our report on the Higher Education Policy Institute. Dr. Lee Holcomb is here to present the report. I think we have a handout here.
Yes, you do. You should have it. Good morning. It's very nice to be here. I'd like to start off with a couple of comments. One is I appreciate this time not having to go right after the recognition of excellence. It's a hard act to follow. Appreciate maybe being put before that part of the agenda on a regular basis. And secondly, I have to respond just very quickly to the comments before. I think one of the unintended consequences of the K-12 accountability system is that a renewed appreciation for the teacher is emerging. And we're approaching application enrollment trends since tuition deregulation in 2003. In the previous board meeting, I presented first phase of our project looking at this issue. First phase, just like most any research project, is looking at the literature and what it has to say about the relationship between tuition and enrollment and completion. And that's a good quality literature. It's a well thought of empirical body of work, but unfortunately it's not been done using Texas data with the Texas policy context in mind. So what I'm going to present today is the first attempt to doing so. Before I go into that, though, I would like to talk a little bit about an effort we've got underway, starting to look at learning outcomes in higher ed. This is an increasingly prevalent issue in practice. It's an increasingly prevalent issue among policymakers, both nationally and internationally, and also here in Texas. The governor's office is extremely interested in this. There is a surprising level of activity among institutions nationwide and also here in Texas. We've started to develop a report, and the next board agenda will be giving you a summary or a brief of that report. Having talked about that, I'd like to go ahead and step inside the results of the preliminary analysis completed. The literature that I referenced earlier does establish that there as increases in cost of higher education are related to decreasing participation and completion rates. But as I mentioned, that is not mindful of the Texas context. And one of the things that really makes Texas context very unique is that when tuition was deregulated in 2003, there was a stipulated 20% set aside for institutions to use to offset the increases in tuition for targeted students. So the analysis the analyses that I present today comprise a preliminary investigation to whether the evidence is consistent with the notion that the institutions have effectively utilized this increased revenue for its intended purposes. And the analysis has three strands. First of all, I try to answer the question, are increases in tuition translating into a disincentive among Texas public high school graduates to apply to a Texas public university? So the hypothesis there would be that, just the increased awareness in the general populace among students and parents of increasing tuition would provide a disincentive, would preclude students and parents from even applying in the first place. In Figure 1 in your handout shows the percentage of high school graduates broken down by ethnicity and low income status over time since 2002, since fall 2002 through fall 2007. And what you essentially see there is that although there are unfortunate differences by low-income status and ethnicity, over time since the fall of 2002, the application rate of high school graduates has remained fairly steady. You do have some increases, for example, among low-income African Americans since the fall of 2005. You have and non-low-income African Americans. But the general point is there that what you would expect to see if you did have this effect of the increased awareness that I was referring to is you would expect to see a decrease in the application rates among Texas high school graduates, and we just don't see that. So the next step is, of course, whether or not these students actually enroll, and that's the actual short-term policy concern is whether or not they enroll. And again, what I show in Figure 2 on the top of page 4 of the handout is broken down by ethnicity, the percentage of high school graduates who enroll in a public university. And as you can see there is that since the fall of 2002, it's remained relatively steady over time. Now, again, what you would expect to see if you did have a detrimental effect of the tuition increases is actual decreases in enrollment rates of Texas public high school graduates, especially for the low-income and minority populations. But in fact, as you see there in the Hispanic population, you actually have a slight increase since the fall of 2004 of the percentage of Hispanic graduates who are enrolling in a Texas public university. Again, you have some unfortunate disparities between the ethnicities, but you don't have any evidence here that would be consistent with the notion that increases with tuition have led to lower enrollment rates. The last thread of the analysis is actually looking at the correlation between, well, let me back up here. The first two analyses consider, it's very important to understand very clearly that the sample for this analysis are all Texas public high school graduates. There's approximately 220,000 to 250,000 graduates in Texas public high schools every year. In the last analysis, what I look at are all applicants to Texas public universities, the vast majority of which are comprised of graduates from Texas public universities. But and so the sample is a little bit different for the last analysis. And what I look at is whether or not there is a relationship between the enrollment decisions of accepted students and tuition of four-year universities. So for every class, going back to, again, from fall, I went back to fall 1998 through the fall of 2007, and I correlated the percent of accepted students who actually enroll in Texas public universities and tuition levels, tuition increases, actual dollar amount tuition increases, and percent increase in tuition. And in every one of those cases, I do not see any relationship between, there is no correlation between the percent of accepted students to enroll and tuition. I do that analysis for each ethnicity, and the same, there is no apparent relationship. Now, I would like to say that this is considered what we would call the very preliminary portion of this investigation. There is the next phase is a more in-depth phase of investigation that's going to take some considerable resources and time. That's going to dive very deeply into this issue, and that we will land on much more conclusive evidence of the relationship between tuition appropriations, financial aid, and institutional response and student response. But the evidence that we have so far is consistent with the proposition that the institutions have on a statewide level been effective at offsetting tuition increases for low-income and minority populations. I would say that I have taken a look at the relationship between tuition increases and acceptance rates of enrollment rates of accepted students for particular institutions. Okay, that's very different than the statewide analysis. Okay, and there are some particular institutions for which there does seem to be some evidence that the tuition increases are not being as effectively used as effectively for offsets as some other institutions are doing. And it's that kind of analysis that's going to require much more in-depth investigation. There's a number of different ways we're going to branch off on this. Looking at completion obviously is going to be a key issue as well. The good news is that we've been able to attract some of the best minds in the country on this issue, and that's largely a result of the availability of the data to do this analysis, which is a function, of course, of the establishment of the ERCs. And so I'm very encouraged by the interest that we're getting from across the country on some of the best minds on this issue to bring to bear. Yes, sir.
Since you're looking at this primarily right now from a Texas point of view, with the fact that you're using minds from across the country, for future studies, are we going to do side-by-side comparisons of how Texas really is in alignment with where the rest of the country is, especially in terms of looking at some key minority-driven state opportunities where we can really measure our effectiveness versus what they're doing? I know all the criteria may not be the same, but if we look at California, for example, which is a very large Hispanic population, as is Texas, are we going to do any work like that so we can really measure what the progress rates are or where we need to be? I mean, we're looking at all these things from a national point of view as well as a state point of view.
Well, the answer to the question is yes. In fact, the people that we have who are interested in getting involved in this project are the very people who have established the literature using other state data.
So the data mining that you have, you already have some of the national information. It's just not applied to what we're looking at right now.
That's exactly right. And there's that issue, and then there's the way that I'm structuring this project is to utilize the methodological expertise from outside the country, outside the state, combined with the knowledge of the particular advantages the Texas data hold. The Texas data hold is very powerful to address this issue. In fact, probably much more powerful than most of the analyses that have been done on other state data. So one of the reasons why we're getting some interest on the part of these folks nationwide is because the Texas data are so well regarded.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Ricker?
Yes. Lee, I was wondering if there's any other factor, or if there are any other factors that could be impacting your findings. It seems that just anecdotally, as tuition increases, that also the part on the high schools to mentor and encourage their students to find other avenues, new grants, more money, more scholarships, and also on the part of universities and how they're reaching into the schools to recruit. I'm wondering, has that impacted it at all as far as the kind of softer side of it, as well as could there be more money available that counselors and deans and all are finding for these students?
I think what you are anticipating the real meat of the issue we're going to be able to arrive at on the backside of this analysis. And think of it in this way: what this project will do is develop a tool set by which we can identify specific institutions that are doing a really good job. All right. But in order to really find out the whys, we've got to step inside that situation and understand whether or not it's these specific programs that have been established between some type of collaboration between the post-secondary institutions and the K-12 local K-12 districts.
Well, certainly whether it's the GO centers or whether it's the college readiness centers or college access centers that these high schools and even community colleges have on their campuses has an impact.
Well, and in fact, that's, I think, one of the really interesting questions here is because in spite of the GO centers, and, in spite of all this unbelievable, all these resources that are being devoted to this issue, we don't see tremendous jumps.
Lee?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask a follow-up because I think this is really relevant. Are you collecting data on community colleges? Because perhaps those tremendous jumps are happening in community colleges.
Yes.
And I would be interested in some backward what-if trend analysis.
Well, one of the
things
things
been held flat. Might some of that jump been seen in four-year universities that we're seeing in community colleges?
One of the outcomes that I didn't mention that I did look at was whether or not the tuition at four-year universities of accepted students was related to the rate at which those students go to community college. I did not find a correlation there. Okay, it's not related to whether or not they do not enroll at all. Okay, so that really makes me sort of scratch my head. And from a research perspective, that says, well, you need to really dig deeper. Now, to your very fundamental question about are there other issues going on, this is an incredibly complex issue. And the answer to the question is absolutely. I mean, one of the things, for example, that we need to take into account is that there are regional higher ed markets. Okay? So one of the things that we're going to have to do is look at the empirical data to determine where the boundaries of those markets are. So, for example, if you're a graduating high school senior in the Metroplex or in the Houston area, your choice set is very different than if you're a high school graduating senior in the El Paso area. Okay, and that's going to affect the student decisions, and that can be accounted for in the analysis. Another aspect that affects the student decisions is local economic conditions. Okay, we have regional economic markets as well. So how do the effects of the regional economic markets intersect with the effects of the local higher ed markets? The analysis that's been done on the research that I mentioned earlier does this. And it accounts for distances, it accounts for differential tuition rates. It's amazing what's been done. But the backside of it, you come out with some very interesting results.
If I could just add a note, all that's correct, but more directly to your question, I think, is that community colleges have raised tuitions, not nearly the extent that universities have, but they have had to address the revenue issue through local tax rates. And I just saw a study yesterday that showed a tremendous increase in the last 10 years in the revenues, the proportion of revenues that community colleges have access to because of the need to increase those local tax rates. In some cases, dollars have gone up simply because of increase in industry in those areas. But I heard a community college president say yesterday that in the rural areas, there's really some press in keeping up with providing services because they don't have that tax base to offset state funds in the same type of way. So it's a little different mix because of the taxing capability of community colleges.
Well, that's a good point. And I realize my question is a little bit like asking how much did the new margins tax on businesses really save us in property taxes, measured in what it might have gone up versus what it really did go up. And it's the same kind of question I'm asking about trying to ascertain the impact of tuition increases on what enrollment and persistence might have done. And I can see how complex with all the variables that is. You can't hold certain variables static. It's pretty tough to develop a cause and effect theory.
Yeah, one of the, from a research perspective, one of the nice things about the Texas policy context is that tuition was deregulated, and you've got this tremendous difference in behavior. So what you can do to try to answer that question is accounting for all these variables I talked about, local economic conditions, higher ed market, tuition differentials, etc. You can take a look at the behavior of graduating students before that happened versus after. And see, that's something that's been imposed upon the students from the outside. That's not something that they did. So that's a really good opportunity to come up with some pretty conclusive evidence of the effects of the increase in tuition. But so what they call that is sort of a multi-wave analysis, and that's one of the approaches we'll be doing.
As a follow-up, it seems like House Bill 1 and the effects of that from several sessions ago created the high school allotment, or it might have been before that. But anyway, the high school allotment, which many of the public school districts have used that money specifically for college guidance, whether it's counselors or go centers or whatever. That's a brand new indicator. At the same time, tuition was deregulated. Other things that are brand new indicators that can have an impact. I remember several years ago at a board meeting, we had admissions directors and financial aid directors from several different institutions, and their definition of having a college night or whatever was, this was at a high school and there may be 500 seniors and we talked to 20 people, and what kind of relevance is that? I don't know, but it seems like we've really majorly shifted gears from those 20 kids that were touched that night to really impacting, the majority of the seniors at a particular high school. That has to make a difference. Dual credit was not the same 5 years ago as it is now. How much of an impact and a footprint is a student graduating with a lot of college credits? It seems like there's a whole lot of indicators that are brand new that are relevant to what your outcome will be.
Well, and another example of that is the establishment of the early college high schools, for example.
Exactly.
I mean, that's,
exactly.
That's obviously a growing phenomenon that we would like to account for. We can account for the dual enrollment, right? But when it comes down to student participation in certain programs and localities, that's going to be an interesting challenge. For example, the early college high schools, a lot of districts who are implementing these early college high schools cannot tell you which students participated in that program versus which students cannot. So from an evaluation perspective, that makes it very difficult. So, one of the things that we're going to need to be looking at very carefully is these kinds of issues as we move forward.
Any other questions? Did you have a question, Whit? No. Okay, thank you, Lee.
Thank you.
Agenda item 6C, 1 through 5, were on the consent calendar. Agenda item 6D is the consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to preliminary authority requests. Item 6D1 was on the consent calendar. McGregor will give us the background on item 6D2 through 6D4.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Item 62 is from Sam Houston State University, looking for preliminary authority for a doctorate in instructional technology. And this is to help educators gain more and better understanding of the use of technology in educational environments, including distance education. And this program will also be offered in an online environment, which will make it a very unique situation and give the faculty and the students a great opportunity to develop their own skills in these environments as well. Item 63 is for school psychology at the doctoral level, and this is an area where there is a high demand for new individuals trained at the doctoral level in school psychology to help with counseling students and in the academic environment. Item 64 is a preliminary authority request from Texas State University San Marcos for developmental education in the doctoral level to help begin to better prepare professional staff and academicians in the field of developmental education to help us improve our rates and return in developmental education programs. Madam Chair.
University presidents here.
I'm not sure whether the
Texas State. I saw Denise.
I guess, yeah, Dr. Trout from Texas State University San Marcos is here, as is Dr. Perry Moore from the provost, and I didn't see Dr. Gatner.
Thanks, McGregor. The committee recommends approval of items 62 through 64. Members, any questions or comments? Denise, I wanted to ask you a question. If this new developmental ed at the doctoral level, since we know most developmental ed isn't doing too well, is it going to be kind of hard to write a dissertation? I mean,
well, I think perhaps it could.
That's a very good question, but I think I'd turn it around and say by having a doctorate in this area, one of the things that will happen via the dissertation process is that the body of knowledge at the theoretical level, which is pretty non-existent at this point, will be developed. Part of the problem with developmental education is that there aren't doctoral students and faculty out there doing this kind of research.
Yeah. No, we're really excited about it. I was just hoping you'd give pretty much leeway to the first few people who go through the program.
Well, there are literature review, maybe.
A little small literature review. Maybe bigger on the experimental side than the usual. Thanks. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner?
I just wanted to say to President Trout that she knows I've been very excited about this program. The research literature on developmental ed is it's meager at best, and we want to obviously continue to improve the quality of developmental education in Texas, and we think we need a research engine as well as a farm system for producing practitioners, and so Texas State University in San Marcos is a perfect place to do this because of its history of producing wonderful teachers for Texas and focusing on critical education issues. So we're excited about seeing this become a full-blown program.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you've heard the recommendation. Should we just do this all at once?
Motion to approve items 2, 3, and 4.
Okay,
Second.
great. Made by Fred, seconded by Laurie. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 6E1 is a request from Texas A&M University and Texas A&M University System Health Science Center for authority to offer a joint Master of Science degree and a joint Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in neuroscience. McGregor, can you walk us through this?
Certainly. Texas A&M University and Texas A&M University Health Science Center are going to be working together collaboratively across the colleges of medicine at the Health Science Center and the College of Science and College of Veterinary Medicine and Biomedical Sciences at the main campus. The degrees would be jointly conferred by both institutions with the names of both institutions on the diploma. This is going to be an interdisciplinary program, obviously, between the two institutions and among the various departments and colleges. And this would make it a very unique program in the area of neuroscience and would provide some depth and quality that is not present in some other programs around the nation. Faculty members, the interdisciplinary faculty of neuroscience has been in existence since 1993, and these programs are coming together as an opportunity for a stronger program at the graduate program that is building upon the baccalaureate. There are many opportunities for employment and greater chances for research at both the Health Science Center and the university. And if there are any questions, I believe there are some folks here from A&M and the Health Science Center that would be able to respond.
Thanks, McGregor. The committee recommends the board approve this. Members, do you have questions or comments?
Move for it to approve. Second.
Okay. Motion made by, who made the original? Bob Shepard.
Two Bobs.
Seconded by Bob Wingo. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Great. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 6E2 is a request from Texas A&M University Commerce and Texas A&M University Texarkana for authority to offer a Step 2 Doctor of Education degree with a major in Educational Administration. McGregor?
Thank you very much. The Texas A&M University Commerce and Texarkana are partnering together to bring the EDD in Education Administration to Texarkana. The Step 2 program will have Texas A&M University Commerce leading the project and providing the degree program itself, with A&M Texarkana providing some of the faculty in their Education Administration program at the master's level to the program and assisting and teaching some of the courses along the way. The degree will come from Texas A&M Commerce, and this is a way in which to help the faculty at A&M Texarkana to develop and build some of their skills and background in this area at the doctoral level, while still maintaining the background and history that is present in the A&M Commerce program. These courses would be offered at Texarkana Commerce and the courses and at the Teaching Center in Mesquite. There will be great opportunities for students in Northeast Texas to extend their education and build the program in Texarkana at the same time.
Thank you, McGregor. The committee recommends approval. Members, do you have any questions? Okay. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Mr. Henry, seconded by Mr. Wingo. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. I would remind the members that we have the accountability information in the back of the packet, and you probably already looked at it, but in case you want to refer to it, everybody will know that we have it here. Item 6C3 is a request from Texas A&M University Corpus Christi for authority to offer a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in mechanical engineering. McGregor, could you give us the background, please?
Certainly. Texas A&M University Corpus Christi is seeking to offer the bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering in order to meet a growing need that the community has from engineering firms. This is an effort to expand the opportunities for students to earn a Bachelor of Mechanical Engineering in South Texas and along the Gulf Coast. This opportunity is based upon efforts at the college to develop greater research opportunities and greater community-driven goals for higher education. For that reason, there is an estimated cost of approximately $3.2 million over the 5 years, and the total revenues during that period exceeded by approximately $1.2 million. Dr. Killebrew and Dr. Bantha, Anantha, I can't say the name. I apologize, Anantha. I can't get the last name. And others from Texas A&M Corpus Christi are here and may answer questions as necessary.
The committee recommends approval. Do you have any questions, comments, members?
I just have a brief comment, and that is to commend Dr. Killebrew and his leadership for initiating the Engineering Alliance of Hispanic Serving Institutions, because they, in cooperation with other South Texas institutions and across the state as well, are reaching out and developing that pipeline of 7th through 12th graders so that we have the engineering feedstock to fill all the seats in our engineering degree programs. I think that's an excellent facet of this program, this degree, and with that, if there's not any other questions, I move approval.
Second. Moved by Ted, seconded by Joe. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 64 is a request from Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center for authority to offer a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in Rehabilitation Sciences. McGregor?
This is based upon demand in the area as well as nationwide for additional faculty in the area of rehabilitation sciences. There is currently a shortage of qualified faculty to teach in these programs across the country. Based upon the retirements of existing faculty, the demand for rehabilitation education, and the clinical demand as the baby boomers begin to retire. This program is obviously something that has been worked and developed through the Texas Tech University Health Science Center, and they are continuing to push forward with developing this program in order to meet needs among master's trained professionals in this area to go ahead and advance. There are several folks here from Texas Tech University Health Science Center, Dr. Roger James, Dr. Stephen Sawyer, and Dr. Paul Brook, the Dean of the School of Allied Health. So if there are any questions, these gentlemen are here that can provide that information.
I'm not sure us baby boomers will be retiring anytime soon.
I was going to say, speaking as a baby boomer.
Given our 201Ks, et cetera.
Yes, we thank you for getting ready for us anyway, even if we aren't retired. Okay, the board members, the committee recommends your approval. Do you have any more questions or comments? Snide remarks.
I'm always good for one of those.
Move approval.
Motion made by Ms. Bricker, seconded by Mr. Heldenfels. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we will skip. We've already done 6F and 6G and 6H were on the consent calendar, so we do 6I. Consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to revisions to the 3 Associate of Arts in teaching curricula intended to transfer to baccalaureate programs that lead to initial Texas teacher certification. Dr. James Goman and Dr. Susan Barnes will present this item. James and Susan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board staff began this effort to revise the AAT curricula in response to recent changes in certification requirements by the State Board for Educator Certification. We felt that it was vital that the AAT curricula stay properly aligned with SBEC requirements so that students are well prepared for the certification exams that will allow them to become teachers after they finish their baccalaureate. We convened a group of public college and university representatives who worked hard to formulate the recommendation that is before you today. Here's a summary of the suggested changes to the AAT curricula. The maximum number of hours for the degree would be reduced from 66 to 60. This fits with recent efforts by universities to reduce the number of hours in their teacher preparation programs to comply with the so-called 120-hour rule, which was passed by the legislature in the 2005 session. Staff also clarified which certification levels fit with each of the 3 curricula and revised the titles of the curricula so that it would be easier for students and administrators to use them. There would be one curriculum for all early childhood through 6th grade certifications, one curriculum for grades 4 through 8 and special education certifications, and one curriculum for high school and EC-12 certifications other than special ed. The Texas Early Childhood Articulation courses would be removed from the EC-6 curriculum. That's a summary of the changes, and Dr. Barnes and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
If I may, before there are questions, I'd like to thank Dr. Barnes and Dr. Goman for working together on this. This is one of those projects that kind of crosses over the P16 and academic affairs areas, so it's very nice to have them working together on this with the expertise that they both bring. So thank you all.
And the Associate of Arts in Teaching, is that a teaching assistant or?
There are 2 possibilities there, yes. If a person just took just the AAT and then wanted to go immediately into working in the public schools, this would help qualify them for a job as a teaching assistant.
Yeah.
If their goal is to actually become a teacher, The purpose of this is for the student to take this block of coursework and to fit it directly into the baccalaureate degree at one of our public universities. And the idea is that all of the coursework, every single course, is guaranteed to transfer and apply to that degree program at the university. So it's a seamless transfer maneuver.
Issue. That's great. Good work. The committee recommends approval to your board. Oh, sorry.
That's
Laurie.
okay. So, I mean, I understand the foundation and why this is happening, but do we need to put anything in place to make sure, since the transfer issue is such a big deal throughout the state, and articulation agreements are few and far between on these issues, is there any kind of checkpoint, or is there any kind of support that not we, but maybe the agencies together, TEA and well, in particular, our agency would put in place to make sure that there is a smooth transition for those students getting their associates and then moving into the 4-year? Are there any stumbling blocks? What can we do to make sure that this is so critical, because what these students are able to do is get their associates in a community college, and then hopefully without any kind of additional effort get right into the second 2 years so that they can become teachers. Do y'all foresee any stumbling blocks? Is there anything steps that need to be put in place?
Well, of course, there's no system that works perfectly, but the board already took steps when it originally passed the AAT in 2003, and the board basically structured it like a field of study curriculum. By board rule, this entire curriculum is guaranteed to transfer and apply. That's in the language of the original approval. So if there are problems, board staff, as has recently been the case, board staff can mediate any problems that might occur between a community college and university. Dr. Barnes and I, in fact, just mediated one such issue recently, and basically board staff merely need to monitor and assist when needed.
Well, maybe I guess a part of a resolution to any kind of anticipated problems would be some sort of communication from our agency to all of the community colleges and 4-year universities in the state, letting them know about this and letting them know that you all are there to support their efforts. This has come up, I know, in our Greater Houston P16 Council more than one time, as well as the West P16 Council, where community colleges and 4-year universities are struggling to reach the same goal, but how they get there. So perhaps communication and support offered from our agency would be a way to make sure that there aren't any stumbling blocks.
And we're actually going to be bringing in the deans of education and potential members of the teacher certification programs at the beginning, I think, middle of June?
Yes, end of June.
End of June, for discussions that will include this topic as well as others, to try and make sure that we're getting the word out to everybody that we possibly can, so that they understand what we're trying to do, and that this change is not significant to what the overall strategy of what we have been doing.
And perhaps an overarching request would be that whether it's in this arena or any others where the associate's degree is transferring to a 4-year, that there would be that kind of support across the board, not just in this case. And maybe the audience needs to be the community college leadership along with those deans.
We certainly can take this out as best the message they will.
Thank you.
So the committee recommends your approval. Any further questions or comments?
Move approval.
Moved by Ms. Ricker, seconded by Mr. Shepard. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 6J is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to the National Association of Schools of Theater being recognized as an accrediting agency in Texas. McGregor?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As we all know, we are currently in the process of reviewing and approving new accreditors to be recognized by the board based upon changes that were made in Chapter 7 rules at the January 2008 meeting. The National Association of Schools of Theater has been continuously recognized by the Department of Education since 1982. It was founded in 1985 and has been recognized by the Council on Higher Education Accreditation and is a member of the Association of Specialized and Professional Accreditors. NAST currently currently accredits 150 institutions in the United States. 8 of those are in Texas, 7 of which are at universities and college, and 1 is a private institution. NAST was evaluated by coordinating staff and meets all criteria for recognition. Madam Chair.
Thank you, McGregor. The committee recommends your approval. Questions or comments?
I suspect that this is a good example of accrediting programs that don't require differential calculus either. So,
You might be right.
example of rigor with flexibility. I move approval.
Moved by Fred, seconded by Laurie. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Fits right in with Laurie strongly.
That's right.
Item 6K was on the consent calendar. Next is item 6L, summary of compliance notification resulting from institutional effectiveness evaluations of associate degree granting institutions. This item doesn't require any action, but do you have any comments or questions? Item 6M is a report on proposals approved by the Commissioner or Assistant Commissioner since the previous board meeting. This is also an information item. Any comments or questions? Chairman Riter, that concludes the business of the Committee on Academic Excellence and Research.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Next agenda item is agenda item 7, and ask Chairman Brooker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first item is agenda item 7A, which is an overview, and I have a few things that I want to discuss. One is, first and foremost, I want to add my welcome to Houston Community College leadership that's here today in full force, I might add. At the risk of sounding somewhat biased, I will admit that I am extremely biased toward not just Houston Community College, but all community colleges and the incredible work that all of you do. In particular, Houston Community College is always in the forefront of events that are happening in and around the city, really showing their support to all of the various programs and community leadership events that happen, and that makes a real difference. Whether it's a particular celebration of some philanthropist or some strong leader in the community, or whether it's some educational forum, Houston Community College is always there, and that makes a huge difference. They also have such an amazing relationship with all of our area school districts, and I want you to know that that does not go unnoticed. So thank you to all of you for your hard work. Secondly, the Greater Houston P16 Council has had a tremendous announcement yesterday, and I'm going to read a little bit about it. This is an email from Dean Robert Wimpelberg, who's Dean of Education at the University of Houston and the chair of the Greater Houston P16 Plus Council. We have at least 3 P16 Council members besides myself here today. One is Dr. Zach Hodges, who is president of HCC Northwest, who's also spearheaded the P16 West Council, and also Charles Cook from Houston Community College, who's on the Greater Houston P16 Council, and Natalia Giraldo, who was the first student representative on the P16 Council, but we lost her to the coordinating board. But she's still a member. The Greater Houston P16 Council and its university partner have been announced as recipients of a grant opportunity from the university, the Educational Partnership Implementation Network, EPIN, with Living Cities Foundation and the University of Cincinnati and Strive. We are charter members with other cities and universities, in particular Indianapolis with Indiana University, Purdue University, Richmond, Virginia, and East Bay, San Francisco, California State System. Wednesday they announced that there will be, let me see if I can get this right, Living Cities and Strive are extremely pleased to announce that your university, the University of Houston, and P16 Council of Houston is one of the 4 cities chosen as charter members of the Education Partnership Implementation Network. And let's see, their complete focus is on community results from cradle through career, affirming universities as common anchors, community anchors, and investing precious resources in what works. We know that it's at least $100,000 for each site for the grant for operational support and technical assistance, but through the leadership of Dean Wimpelberg and the P16 Council, we are one of these recipients that make us a national model. So I'm really proud of the efforts of the Greater Houston P16 Council and all of the affiliates. Third, I've been asked to announce that it's time to begin the process for the 2009 Texas Higher Education Star Awards, which will be presented at the Texas Higher Education Leadership Conference in December. This year, in partnership with the Greater Dallas Chamber of Commerce, arrangements are being made to hold the Star Award ceremony in conjunction with the 3rd Annual State of Higher Education Luncheon at the Westin City Center in Dallas on December the 4th. And I want to pause for a moment and ask the audience, how many of you have been a recipient of the Star Award? Quite a few. More than are raising their hands. The Star Award, established by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board in 2001, recognizes public and independent institutions of higher education, public and private schools, pre-K through 12, and districts, and organizations, groups, and individuals for their exceptional contributions toward one or more of the goals of closing the gaps by 2015, the Texas Higher Education Plan, adopted by the Coordinating Board in October 2000. A maximum of 12 awards are presented annually. In addition to a custom-designed award, recipients receive public recognition for their efforts to develop and implement the state's most successful programs, projects, and activities that help meet one or more goals of closing the gaps. At the 2008 Texas Higher Education Leadership Conference, 2nd Annual State of Higher Education Luncheon, held in December in Austin, the board presented 7 Texas Higher Education Star Awards. This was the 8th annual presentation of these awards. As in 2008, Star Award applicants will compete in 6 categories in 2009: 2-year colleges, 4-year colleges and health-related institutions, partnerships with other institutions, businesses, or the community, individuals, public and private schools, pre-K through 12, or school districts, and organizations that promote a college-going culture. The guidelines for the Star Awards, as approved by the Coordinating Board in 2008, will remain the same for 2009, so it will not be necessary for the Board to vote again on the guidelines. The call for 2009 Star Award nominations will begin May 11th, and the nomination deadline will be June 15th. Nominees will be notified on June 22nd, and the application deadline will be August 10th. I think all of this is going to be on our website because these are a lot of dates. Any questions you have about the Star Award process can be directed to Academic Affairs and Research Assistant Deputy Commissioner Mary Smith here at the Coordinating Board. I want to emphasize that a lot of the programs that we talked about earlier, a lot of the issues that we talked about, bringing to scale some of our most successful programs, are former Star Award recipients. I'm thinking of many of them, like when Austin Community College did their program, and I'm forgetting the name of it.
College Connections.
College Connections, thank you, Commissioner. And now Houston Community College is replicating that throughout Houston. And the University of Texas UTeach program, which was at UT, is now being replicated in Houston at University of Houston I think it's called Teach Houston. So bringing to scale successful programs, sharing and being awarded a Star Award for successful programs is probably the best way that we know of sharing that kind of information. So I encourage all of you to not only look at these individual categories, but look at all of the amazing partnerships that you already have with your businesses, with your K-12 counterparts, with your chambers of commerce, and with individuals. So anyway, I encourage all of you to apply and to be there December the 2nd in Dallas.
And let me just add that we are thrilled to be hosting the awards at our conference in Dallas this year. Thank you so much for that.
Well, and what we've heard from Dallas, never to be in competition with Houston, right, Brenda? That from Houston to Austin and now to Dallas.
You live in Houston?
Yeah, but Dallas said, and this is the exact kind of competition that we want to hear. Dallas said when they were named as the host for this annual award ceremony and this 3rd State of Higher Education, that it was going to be bigger and better, and that's what we want.
I hate to tell you, but everything's bigger and better in Dallas.
Yeah.
No, it's a joke, but it was such a setup. I had to say that. So no, but we're thrilled to have it in Dallas this year. Again, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Well, you guys are doing a wonderful job with your P16 Council, with bringing together your community and your leadership across the board in P16 initiatives. So I want it to be bigger and better. That's a good thing. Moving on to item 7B, consideration of adopting the staff's recommendation relating to new sections 5.8 through 5.10 of coordinating board rules concerning the uniform grade point average. There's a recommendation to postpone consideration of this item until a special called meeting of the board as determined by the board, if necessary, when it is known whether the Texas legislature will repeal or amend the uniform GPA provisions in statute. Do we need to take a vote to postpone this?
I do not. No?
The recommendation is to postpone consideration, so I'm assuming we need to have a motion to postpone.
The rationale behind that is, at the last board meeting, this issue was postponed to today. It will die of its own accord if action is not taken on it, I believe, on May 28th. And so once that date arrives, there is no more action that could be taken on it, if presuming action has not been taken yet. So in actuality, no, you don't have to postpone it, but as a formality, it's probably better practice to do so.
And what I meant was a specific vote to postpone, as opposed to just discussing it and moving on to the next agenda item. So,
I would recommend
okay,
that you
that we
go-
actually vote to postpone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So moved.
There's a motion by Dr. Phillips,
Second.
second by Mr. Heldenfels. Is there any discussion? Commissioner, would you like to make any comments?
No.
Good. I was just being polite, but I was hoping that would be the answer.
Well, I think we should thank our friends in the legislature for creating a platform for much lively discussion and policy exchange.
Yeah, I don't want to kind of rock the boat, but I'm kind of enjoying the fact that I'm not getting hundreds of emails from K-12 parents. So, yes, we won't say any more. Okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda items 7C, 7D, and 7E have been moved to the consent calendar. Agenda item 7F, presentation and discussion of the Uniform Recruitment and Retention Plan Strategy, preliminary report of promising best practices from institutional reports. Dr. Muffett.
Well, I will be doing the report today because we're keeping it very short.
Okay,
This is really
perfect.
Board, this is really a preliminary report on the uniform recruitment and retention strategy thus far. We're going to be giving you our recommendations for a vote in July, but we just wanted to provide a background for you of where we are. Again, you have a lot of information in your packet on this. But first, we just want to go over again the purpose of the URRS. And it is to establish, we are hoping to establish a clear connection between the URRS and attainment of the institutional targets for participation and success. And just as a reminder, those institutional targets are really established, they're recommended by staff, and they are based on on items or issues such as regional demographics and the age of the population. And the other thing that we are hoping to do with our new approach to URRS is that we want to use the data far more actively and aggressively in analyzing how we can put it into both our programs and the facility requests that we get from institutions. In the past, we have not used the URRS as effectively as we might have. And the anticipated outcomes of our new approach is we are, again, aligning institutional targets with the URRS. Are institutions being successful? Are they not? If so, why not? If they are, how can we spread them? We're also increasing efficiency.
by combining or aligning reporting documents. We now have several reports that we think if we combine them and put them together, they'll be more meaningful to institutions as they pursue participation and success, and we also think it's going to be more efficient for staff in their analysis as well.
Excuse me, is the institutional effectiveness one of those? Institutional effectiveness?
I'm sorry.
Is it one of the ones that's going to be combined?
It could be. Again, I
You're
want to
just still
stress that
looking
we are
at it.
now looking
Okay.
at all these
All right.
things because
Well, that's good.
you're going to see the process has been sort of lengthy and, again, it's a new process. We are going to be evaluating the strategies that are in the URRS based on cost and student on the cost and the numbers and percentage of students who are affected by these strategies. One of the things that if you look at the application, you'll see we asked a lot more questions than we usually have in the past about why institutions are pursuing certain strategies, how many students they're going to be affecting, and what the costs are going to be. So we're going to be analyzing all of that data here. And most important, I think, is that it's been some time since we provided quality feedback to the IHEs regarding the promising practices that support institutional targets. So we are going to be reporting back to institutions about the URRS that they submitted to us. If you go to the next slide, I'm going to just tell you a little bit about the review process that we used this year because it was new. First of all, as noted, we requested data and we required evaluation of the strategies that were going to be implemented by institutions. For the first time, again, we had multiple reviews of each of the URRS that were submitted. We also, for the first time, used external reviewers who have expertise in the areas of recruitment and retention, and you can see some samples. If you go to the next slide, you'll see samples of the associations that we worked with and that we got to serve as reviewers. And we are currently analyzing all of the results of the reviews to make recommendations to the board in July. Part of the next steps that we are going to be taking besides that is after we do our analysis, we will be sending feedback to all the institutions. The URRS forms that we're using will be modified as needed and aligned with other of our reporting documents. We're also going to be looking at how we can include the retention and recruitment strategies into our RFAs, into things like Perkins and other funding options. So the document, I think, will reflect, or our actions will reflect, the increased importance we're giving to the URRS here at the agency. And again, there will be recommendations brought to you in July for you to look at and review and hopefully adopt. Natalie Coffey, who oversaw the URRS review process, is here to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Riter.
I just want to really, Evie, I just remember looking at this every single year, and this could really be an effective tool, and I just think midway through closing the gaps, and we still have not yet determined how to best utilize this URRS, which has been placed in statute. I just think we really need to find a way to make it effective. And I mean, midway through closing the gaps, if we don't do it now, I just don't understand why we look at it every year, other than we're required to from a statutory standpoint.
No, I think you will be satisfied that we've addressed your concerns and our concerns when we come forward in July.
In fact, as we visited during the session with different members of the legislature, discussions about, even though our board doesn't have any policy or recommendations regarding the infamous top 10% law, should the legislature choose to modify that law this session? Anybody's guess?
Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Can you hear me better now?
Repeat what you just said.
The whole thing? This tool actually came up in discussions with legislators about whether or not to modify the top 10% law. members who in the past have opposed any change to the top 10% law have really been asking different questions. They've been asking, okay, if we modify that, that really only address the symptoms. What can we do to monitor progress on the root causes? And the commissioner in one meeting, I remember specifically brought up our URRS, our URRS. Perhaps it suffers from a cumbersome acronym name, but as a tool that we have in statute that we could shine the spotlight on in order to make sure there's institutional progress, which Lynn, you were asking about earlier. So I think the timing on engaging in some improvement of this whole reporting system and how we monitor that information couldn't be better, and it is needed for the last half of closing the gaps.
Well, I'm sure the universities would appreciate if we were able to merge some of these reports together. And I just have one question for Natalie. So tying into what they said, the closing the gaps goals, I guess where they are on their target goals will be part of this.
Yes, of course, yeah. Any other comments or questions? Okay, there's no action required on this one. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Abby. Agenda item 7G is the quarterly update on college readiness initiatives. Abby Hyatt, Deputy Assistant Commissioner on P16 initiatives, is available to answer any questions. The last couple of committee and board meetings, we spent a lot of time really looking at these and really honing in on what's moving forward and what isn't. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on this, but I'd really like to encourage everyone to look through these objectives and see kind of where we are. I always say that Chairman Riter, when he was chairman of this committee, really pushed so hard, and I don't want to lose any momentum on where we are with the objectives. So are there any questions? Or, Evie, did you want to say anything? No, just tonight. Are there any questions?
This might be a comment that relates to our earlier discussion. One of the things we've been talking about is at the appropriate time after the session, we need to work on the language of this a little bit to make sure that it's clear that in most of this, it's just a working document. The part that we'd have to do officially is the state P16 council objectives. We'd have to submit some language changes there, but to try to better reflect our message.
Good point. Any other comments?
What I was curious, we have as one of our next steps on Objective 1 is the reconvening of the vertical design teams. Is that happening now? What's the timeline on that?
Actually, they had their first meeting on April 28th. So it was only 2 days ago.
Where are those results?
But they are starting. We've got the evaluation right here. So they are starting their work now, and we are hoping to pilot what we're calling college readiness assignments. We're hoping that we're going to be piloting them in the fall in high schools, developmental ed classes, and in entry-level courses. So it is moving along very, very well.
College entry level.
Correct.
Any other comments? Where are we on Objective 5, creating a college-going culture in every public pre-K, elementary, middle, and high school? I know that several school districts across the state have adopted the college-going culture as part of their actually as part of their board policy in some cases. I see it on the stationery of other districts. Do we have some kind of measurement of where we are throughout the state on that?
No, but that is included in, well, yes and no, but we have no official or formal way right now. But we are including that as part of the evaluation of the marketing campaign that we're going to do, to see about the public awareness of it.
What marketing?
That was adopted by the board. It's part of the the RFP has just been led, so it hasn't started yet. But we are working, and we're working with TEA on that, by the way. But we recognize that there is a huge public relations issue of people understanding and knowing about the college readiness standards. So that is part of what they're going to be evaluated on.
Okay.
I also did want to point out that when you mentioned that about building a college-going culture, we are going to be having another round of regional meetings.
That's going to be my next question.
I'd like to anticipate this.
Good.
We're going to have another round of regional meetings in the fall, in September and October. There are going to be 10 of them around the state. And in anticipation of your question, 2 in Houston. But at those meetings, again, we're working with TEA on this, and there will be P16 councils will be invited or sending out invitations, and the college readiness special advisors. So we are making certain we're sending out invitations to ESCs. So this is intended really to be our opportunity to talk to educators in the field and make certain that, first of all, they know about what we're doing and what we're doing in conjunction with TEA, and also about any changes or modifications that were made during the legislative session that might impact college readiness.
That's
And I'll get you the dates on all those when they've been
I'll come as a
finalized.
participant this time, because I'll be off the board. Can't get rid of me that easily, right? One thing that I'd like to request, not too terribly long ago, it was either last year or the year before, during one of the regional meetings, participants were asked to come in teams, and I've had some questions from superintendents in smaller districts around the state say, you know, we've got a great relationship with our community college, but we aren't seeing the bigger picture, you know, and we don't understand about alignment and or the college readiness standards or where do we fit in. So I think maybe the solution is if we could encourage teams to come and really engage those teams with questions so that those that may feel either geographically isolated, that they're maybe in parts of the state that haven't had that opportunity to have that kind of dialogue, that they're really informed and able to interface with one another during the course of that conference. I found that it was really helpful. I can't remember when it was, a year or two ago, when it was not just higher ed and then maybe a sprinkling of K-12 and a sprinkling of community and business, but everybody kind of at the table from, let's use San Antonio as an example so it's not Houston, right, Fred? Whether it's San Antonio or any other city, that they're actually looking across the table at one another as the dialogue continues. Any other questions or comments on 7G? Okay, agenda item 7H is consideration of edits to the physics portion of the science standards of the Texas College and Career Readiness Standards. Evie will present this item.
You might recall that at your October 2008 report, meeting, a report was given on a gap analysis of the college readiness standards and 18 of the entry-level courses. One of the things that the board asked at that time was that we go back and review the physics standards because the alignment was not as strong as the other areas. We went back, and first of all, EPIC went back, the organization that we're working with, and reviewed the standards and found that there were 2 or 3 areas that there was not strong alignment with, that all of the concerns focused on 2 or 3 areas. I could tell you what they are, but that would be all I could explain to you about them. So, before we made any decision, we wanted to go back to the original vertical team so they could review the information. They did. They said that these should not be dropped, that they were anticipating that there were going to be, that with the new requirements that we have, students would be taking physics, and it wouldn't be the first time students had seen physics anymore, so that some of the things that were in an entry-level course could be put down into the high school curriculum. At the same time as we were doing this, TEA was doing its gap analysis, same thing we were doing, with the science text. And they recognized that there was a weak alignment on those standards, and they're strengthening them. So we are recommending that there be no change. There's no vote necessary, that you go with the standards that you have, because they will be in alignment with the new text, and this is going to be something that's going to be taught in high school physics courses in line with the end-of-course exam. So this is really being pulled.
Oh, so it's pulled?
Yes, we just wanted to give you an update. Think of it as an update rather than something that needs a
Okay,
vote.
so there's no vote needed?
Yes.
Okay. All right, any questions?
Yeah, I have a question then. So since they're moving the standards towards our recommendation, the percentage of alignment, is it going to be at or above were these recommendations that have put us?
Yes, I think I should have pointed out that we didn't have as many physics professors who volunteered or participated in the alignment process. I think there were like 7 or 8. And what happened is the people who were on the science vertical team went back to their institutions and took the standards to additional physics instructors and professors. And when they looked at it, they said they didn't think it was really out of alignment and that they would love to have these things. And I think they would love to have these things taught or at least introduced in the entry level or in the high school course. And I think if you go back, and I know some board members weren't here when we first looked at the college readiness standards, but one of the things that was a guiding principle for all of those vertical teams was, what are the things that we think really should be in high school that we've had to pick up because they were not adequately covered? So, in a sense, the second review reinforced what was in the standards that we presented to you. They are at a high level, they are challenging, but I think they will certainly meet the needs of people who want to go forward in math and science.
Do we have a specific percentage of alignment that we anticipate?
Well, I can bring you back that information. The State Board is considering science text right now.
I've heard, yeah.
Once or twice. And we will be able to do that alignment later.
Any other comments or questions? That concludes the participation in success committee issues, and I hand it back to Chairman Riter.
Madam Chair, we are going to push on and try to get strategic planning through before we have lunch. So,
Which means basically I have 25 minutes to take us through strategic planning
15.
under the chairman's mandate. So.
Chairman Heldenfels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Strategic Planning Committee met in March, and while we have some major items that are on the consent calendar, items B, E, and F are on the consent calendar, I do want to touch on those briefly and kind of bring everyone up to speed on where we are in the implementation of the changes that the Facilities Approval Task Force recommended, specifically those involving our utilization standard and our construction cost standard. And in fact, 2 of the consent items I just referred to, in adopting that calendar, we adopted rules changes that are reflected on the yellow handout at your place. Project briefings will change in the future. These projects that were approved at our committee meeting and approved by the consent calendar today, the 2 large projects under item B, were done so under the old guidelines and standards, but that will be the last time because of the adopted rules changes. And if you'll look on the yellow sheet, first page, 4th line under guidelines, I guess this shows both the old and the new. And the new is shown in boldface. The proposed space usage efficiency standard scores, and I see Tom walking to the front right now. And I'm going to have Tom Keaton explain, just so that we're all on the same page as to what these new standards mean in terms of when you see these in the future on both the space usage efficiency and also the new construction cost standards. Tom?
Thank you very much. The space usage efficiency that you see actually integrates 3 different metrics. Historically, we use number of hours in use of a specific room. Excuse me, I just ran from downstairs. I was working. And above a specific room, only classrooms, which represents a relatively small amount on the aggregate of the space on an academic campus. We expanded that through meetings with advisory groups, several meetings, and of course briefings with the Strategic Planning Committee to 3 metrics. The first metric is the demand measure. What that takes is all activity on a campus, all scheduled activity, and attributes it as though it was in the classroom. So it gives a supply-demand mix. How many classes, how many classrooms on the aggregate, and it gives a measure. The second measure, of course, is classroom utilization, and the third measure is percent fill. That's compared based on the reported number of students in a class as compared to the capacity of that room on the actual inventory. Each of those are then assessed on a graded scale and assigned a certain number of points with a weighting factor. Weighting factors can be modified over time if we want to emphasize one direction or another, subject to the desire of the board in a certain area, whether we want to fill more classes, use more classrooms, what have you. Those are then rolled up into a classroom score, the total of 100, or a class laboratory score, total of 100. 75 points in either result in an acceptable score. So it becomes a pass, fail, or go, no-go situation for the institutions. Ranking, of course, has always been important, and I think it will still be important to institutions. But as far as the decision of whether or not something goes on the consent calendar or is briefed, it becomes a very nominal decision, whether it is or is not.
Tom, why don't you walk through, using the first example, the Texas A&M Memorial Student Center complex. We see a classroom score of 92, a lab score of 100, and then the aggregate. Just touch briefly on the weighting of the 3 components. And the middle component is the guideline we've always used. So we've really added 2 additional components to that. Just touch on the math.
The mathematics in that, and in terms of that I have to apologize. I will have to get back to you on the actual numbers. But what will happen is the scaled score in terms of demand, if and Texas A&M, for instance, does very well in the demand measure. If they have over a 45 hours per week demand in a classroom type activity, they will get a score of 4 points. And then that is then multiplied by a factor of 9 in that case, for a total score of 36 points that they can possibly get in that area. And then it's graded down. And that grading is based on a couple things, where those scales, that index score sits. It's based on a study that was done 4 or 5 years ago with THECB, which is Virginia Higher Education Board, looked at 20 different states that have standards for utilization and what the goals across the board were. If we meet that, then that's the highest score, and then it grades down from there to the median. In terms of the utilization, their utilization rates are on the upswing also. Again, they're doing very well. That is our current utilization rate for a classroom at 38 hours per week. If you're above that, it's a score of 4. And then it scales down to what has historically been in the middle of the pool for that, to 3 points and then on down. And then in terms of the percent fill, again, referring to the THECB study, in classrooms, they looked at the standards that were out there were 65% fill for classrooms. That was kind of a standard. And for class laboratories, 75% of the stations filled. The way we calculate the station fills, we look at each individual class and how full is it, and then take the overall percent fill on the aggregate across all activities on a campus in those room types where that capacity is reported. So in that case, with A&M score, if a building type, and if I could, I'd like to talk more generalized because it's more applicable. If a building or a project has predominantly classroom activity in it, and there may be 50 classrooms, that would be a lot, and 10 labs, we would use those scores for the classroom to judge that whether or not that comes before the board, or whether it meets the consent calendar, meets standards, or does not meet standards. So if a building does have that, then in the classroom score, it would be applicable at 75 or higher would have met the standard. There are certain buildings, and conversely, if it was a classroom class laboratory, predominantly predominant project, then the lab scores would predominantly apply. It gives flexibility because a lot of times it's difficult to tell, so there's an overall score that can be used. It doesn't have to be used, and the rule, as has been proposed and has come forward, allows for some flexibility consideration of those other factors as to whether or not it goes forward.
So, in summary, each of the three factors is given a score or a category of 1 through 4, and then the weighting is 9 on the first factor and 8 on each of the second.
That is correct.
So, for instance, if an institution gets a 3 in all three categories, after the weighting, they would come out exactly at a 75.
Yes.
Now, my goal here was to make this standard, to clarify, make this standard more clear. Board members, have Tom and I managed to achieve that, or have we merely muddied the waters for you? The space utilization is a more flexible, we're making it a standard rather than a guideline, but it is more flexible and recognizes a greater amount of actual usage, we feel, than the guideline we previously relied upon.
And if I could add one thing, in just using the utilization guideline, if you had one person in a 200-person lecture hall, that counted as being utilized. So it was either or. Either there was something scheduled there, the number of people sitting there was not relevant, nor was it measured. And a lot of times rooms, and for institutions to get high utilization, many times they would put a class in a classroom. Whether it was a right fit or not, there was no recognition and no ability to account for those good economies of scale. If an example, a 50-person cap on a class, and it only made to 25. Well, would you keep it in a room for 50, or would you reschedule, perhaps move it next door to the next room, which is 25? Or consolidate several courses into appropriate area where the air handlers can be zoned out, you can reduce your utilities costs, and things of that nature. There was actually a disincentive to doing that, because as soon as you pull that class from a specific room type called 110 or classroom, you lost the utilization credit for it. This, in the demand measure, gives credit for that activity in that measure. While you will still lose it in the utilization, you will gain it in the overall demand.
Any questions before Tom explains the change to the cost standard?
Well, I was just going to answer your question in the spirit of collegiality. I appreciate that it's a very higher grade of mud, but it's still mud.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll endeavor to take perhaps one of these projects or another example, and we will email out a calculation so everybody really can see the guts of the 100-point scale.
That'd be good. A primer.
Mr. Chair, also in setting these standards as to the breakpoints, do we use national type data to determine that?
We did. We used the Virginia study that was done.
Okay.
Where it used 20-something states.
Okay.
And as well as a work group made up of institutional facility executives who really, provided the feedback to create this new standard.
Okay. Thank you.
Touch briefly, Tom, if you would, on the new cost standard.
The new cost standards, historically, they went back 5 years. And many times, the number of exemplars in the population it kind of gave a range that was not very usable. Plus, it gave a set number of that mean at the point of the start of construction. Well, the time value of money and everything else considered, we had a lot of projects that really didn't, that probably met a standard, but our standard didn't account for that. In order to expand that, we looked at the median cost, the mean cost over 7 years as opposed to 5, and includes up to 1 standard deviation from the mean. So now it gives a range of possibilities. Plus, it accounts for it at the midpoint of construction, which helps to buffer the natural inflation costs of construction and those type of things, and uses standard metrics and building types that RS means and other building cost estimating uses.
And the the rule change not only deepens the history and gives us the ability to use the inflation factor, but on some of the unique type projects we've seen in the past, like performing arts facilities, allows us to cast a broader net if the institutions haven't built one of those over the past 7 years. For the extra 2 years is a broader net already, but we will go out within the same geographic area and bring in non-higher ed projects of similar design and scope to make the cost comparison meaningful. Any questions regarding that new standard? Good. Let's see if I can find my place. Tom, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
So that's a quick, concise, and crystal clear explanation of the rule changes you just adopted. The institutions over the last quarter requested approval or evaluation of 24 construction, rehab, and property purchase projects totaling $658 million. The 2 projects on our consent calendar today totaled $150 million. And since the January board meeting, the Committee on Strategic Planning has acted on 8 construction, rehab, and land acquisition projects totaling $237 million. Before the April board meeting, the Commissioner has considered 5 additional construction, rehab, and land acquisition projects totaling $223 million. And the Assistant Commissioner for Planning and Accountability has considered 9 additional construction, rehab, and land acquisition projects totaling $47 million. The cost of new construction projects on the agenda today accounts for just under 43% of the total cost for the proposed projects. Repair and renovation constitute nearly 57%, and land acquisition just under 0.5%. So that's the big picture on what we've been doing with facilities. Item C is the information, just information for the board, and no action is required. These are the specific projects I just referred to that the Committee on Strategic Planning either approved the project or approved the evaluation of the project based on TRBs at its March meeting. Are there any questions about any of the projects under 9C? Item 9D, again, is a report on facility decisions made by the Commissioner and Assistant Commissioner since our last board meeting. It is also an informational item requiring no action. Does anyone have any questions regarding the project under 9D? Addendums 9E and 9F were on the consent calendar. Addendum item 9G is an update on closing the gaps by 2015 for research and excellence. And Stacy Silverman and Debbie Perez are here to make a presentation.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
The first part is my discussion on the closing the gaps and the part of closing the gaps that focuses on excellence. And I'm going to talk to you about the goal of excellence in closing the gaps as well as the targets. And then I'm also going to review with you the work that we've done in the accountability group meetings with the institutions with regards to the measures that we have for excellence that will help us achieve closing the gap goals and targets. So the goal of the excellence in the closing the gaps is to increase the number of nationally recognized programs and services in colleges and universities throughout the state. The next slide, you'll see the targets of excellence in closing the gaps, and we've highlighted 2 right here. The first one is to increase the number of research institutions ranked to the top 10 among all research institutions. And the second target that we're highlighting is to have at least 1 program or nationally recognized service at each of the community colleges and technical colleges and universities throughout the state. So those are the targets. And what we've done is we've gone out to the accountability groups through a series of meetings throughout the fiscal year, and we've reviewed all of the excellence measures that we have in the accountability system so that we can help achieve the goals and the targets of excellence within closing the gaps.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
How does this relate back to or tie into what's happened in the current legislative session regarding Tier 1 institutions and potential doctorate programs as it relates to where we need to go, which I think is a vital component to closing the gaps?
We're going to discuss that in the second half. Stacy's going to
Don't be
address that.
jumping ahead, huh? Sorry.
But you're going in the right direction.
Okay, good.
We'll get there
You
soon.
asked me to say that, so I just said it too soon, huh? I'm just kidding.
So what I'm going to do now is review with you the charge that we established when working with the institutions throughout the year. And it was the previous slide, please. Previous. The charge, please. There you go. Thank you. We basically asked them to review all the measures in the accountability system that currently exists that we feel assess excellence at these institutions. And we asked them to review them, delete those they didn't think were appropriate, revise those with better verbiage, improve the metric, and to also remove those that they didn't feel, belong there, add any new measures they thought would be better indicators of excellence within their institutions. And so that was the charge that we went out to the committees with. Next slide, please. The universities, now what we've done, let me explain, is they right now have just finished submitting their institutional group reports. So they're all in different groups. So the universities are in research group, research and emerging research. We have the doctoral, the master's, and the comprehensive. And then we have the community colleges grouped by size. So we have very large, medium, and small community college groups. And each of the groups put forward a report, and we will be bringing those reports to you. They were just submitted. And then once those groups put together their reports, we asked them to come up with a consolidated platform of recommendations within each one of the types of institutions. So we had the individual group reports, and now we have the university platform, and we have the community college platform of recommendations, and those are being submitted at the end of April. I've just received the one for the universities, and I should be receiving the one for the community colleges by today, and those will be put forward to the Strategic Planning Committee as well as to the board for review. The universities, which is the previous slide, I just have a small number to share with you that I was able to take away from their meeting notes. And they feel that the measures should be changed to better reflect the diversity of their student population. And so what they're doing is they're talking about including some narratives within the accountability system that would allow them to highlight some of the missions that they have that are diverse within the institutions. They also want to add race and ethnicity and gender percentages to the teaching faculty by rank. And they're also talking about emphasizing faculty quality and productivity as it measures excellence in research and education for the university group. The community colleges are talking about completion rates by semester because they feel that completion rates indicates the strength of their collaboration with their student body. They're talking about reframing excellence as a threshold of success and participation measures. They're also looking at the performance of transfer students versus native students within the institutions, looking at GPA comparisons there, and obtaining better information with regards to certification and licensure rates. The health-related institutions, two of the ones that we're highlighting here, include detailed certification and licensure broken up by the health professions and the nursing programs. Right now it's combined. And they're also talking about looking at the baccalaureate graduates employed and enrolled and applying that to nursing. So that wraps up what we've been doing with the accountability groups in reaching the excellent goals for closing the gaps.
And now I'm up with research. So, all right. The first research goal is by 2015 to increase the level of federal science and engineering research and development obligations to Texas institutions to 6.5% of obligations to higher education institutions across the nation. That would be an increase from the 2000, which at that point we were at 5.5%. In 2006, Texas institutions of higher education ranked 6th in federal obligation for science and engineering research and development. The next slide shows Texas with $1.4 billion in federal obligations and the states with greater federal obligations. You can see California, New York, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts have more federal research obligation dollars than does Texas. The next Texas ranked 4th in federal research expenditures for 2007. The growth rate for federal research expenditures in Texas increased 1.5% from 2006 to 2007. This goes with the next research goal, which is to increase that federal research expenditure. Now, I'd like to, let's see, if you'll go back one slide, let's take a look at that again. Texas ranked 4th, as we talked about, but it was, well, the growth was modest. It was similar to other states in the top 6, and while none had double-digit increases, Maryland had the highest with 2.1% increase, and California also experienced a modest growth of only 1.2%. Now I'd like to turn your attention to the federal developments that will hopefully, likely, increase federal obligations and federal research expenditures in Texas. The recent passage of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009 and what it does with scientific research, also called the stimulus package, as we all know, presents an opportunity for Texas higher education institutions to receive additional research dollars. Specifically, new funding will be available in the following areas. In federal science and research spending, $21.5 billion. And that's broken out in the following way. National Institute of Health gets $10 billion, $8.5 billion for research grants, and $1.5 billion to upgrade and renovate research facilities. NSF, the National Science Foundation, gets $3 billion for research grants. Renewable energy research will receive $4.5 million. Disease prevention, $1.1 billion for competitive grants. I know we all are hopeful that that works since we're in a flu epidemic. NASA, $1 billion. NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, $830 million. And also $1.1 billion for comparative effectiveness research to support biopharmaceutical research and drug development. Now, moving on to what's
Stacey,
current. Yes.
Has the federal government started making allocations or awards of that $21.5 billion, and if so, how much have we gotten so far?
Well, we are actually going to have an update on the stimulus package money coming up following me, to give you kind of an update where we are right now with the institutions.
And that update would include our market share, basically, so we can...
I don't know if we know that right now. We do...
Not heard that they are starting to send that out. But
yeah, we do know that NIH is posting all sorts of grant awards on their website right now, and the governor's office maintains a wonderful website where they send out links to all the available grants. And those come across my desk, but those show what's open, not what's been received at this time. So I think we're still a little far out yet.
Right. Well, that's good because it allows us time to measure
exactly
what Texas institutions gain
from
through this and what our state share of this particular piece of the market pie is. So.
And I'd also assume, Bob, to your question about research, I assume that we're going to discuss some of that in the legislative update, I would assume also.
Absolutely.
Laurie and Brenda, so that's a great question as that was being debated on the floor. Yes,
because I have more substantive questions to ask regarding that if you don't get to it.
Okay.
So I'm holding my tongue until I hear where you're going.
This slide is going to get her to it.
Okay.
Hope at least it'll get me to the topic. So we've got 3 proposals right now in the state legislature to support emerging research universities. 7 Texas general academic institutions are considered emerging research institutions, including, in no particular order, University of Houston, Texas Tech University, University of North Texas, University of Texas San Antonio, University of Texas Dallas, University of Texas Arlington, and University of Texas El Paso. House Bill 1, sponsored by Representative Dan Branch, would create 3 initiatives to support the 7 emerging research universities. The first is the Research University Development Fund. This would provide funding to eligible institutions for the enhancement of research productivity to allow institutions to achieve national prominence as major research universities. Under this program, the coordinating board would administer funds appropriated by the legislature to the eligible institution in proportion to the total amount of restricted research funds expended by each institution in the two most recent state fiscal years. The second program, established under HB 51, is the Texas Research Incentive Program. This program would be a state institution matching program. Gifts received by the emerging research universities would be matched with state appropriations if certain conditions are met. The state would match a certain percentage of the total amount of the gift received. The last program under HB 51 is the National Research University Benchmark Fund. This fund would use an incentive approach, providing a reward to those universities that meet critical benchmarks toward achieving national prominence as research universities. At the time that I wrote this, HB1 had passed out of the House on April 22nd and was making its way to the Senate.
51, Stacy. 51.
It moved on. We'll hear the current status following me. Next is Senate Bill 9, sponsored by Senator Judith Zaffarini. The proposed legislation would establish 3 new programs: Texas Competitive Knowledge Funding, Texas Center of Excellence Performance Funding, and Texas Research Incentive Program. The Competitive Knowledge Funding would provide funding to the emerging research universities based on the amount of total research funds and would also provide funding based on the number of degrees awarded. The Centers of Excellence Performance Funding would provide support to general academic institutions if certain conditions were achieved. And the Texas Research Incentive Program would also provide funding to institutions designated as research universities under the Coordinating Board's accountability system. And finally, we've got Senate Bill 1560 by Senator Robert Duncan, which would establish a new source of funding to enhance research capacity at certain general academic institutions using the investment earnings of an existing but rededicated fund, the Permanent Higher Education Fund, which would become the corpus for the National Research University Fund. That concludes my report, but I'm happy to address any questions that you have.
Thank you, Stacy. Are there
And
any
we will
further
have a
questions?
legislative update, so.
Yeah, we could pound Laura with these questions because I'm going to recommend that we do what's best for our physical constitution and break for lunch now so that we don't shortcut the legislative update. But are there any further questions for Debbie and Stacy?
I'll hold my thoughts until after lunch.
Because we'll come back, we'll talk about those bills
Great.
specifically is what we'll do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We will stand adjourned and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock if that's okay with everybody. Thank y'all.
bills, either related to, there we are. Either related to higher education or the administration of the agency. But out of that, of course, there's only so many that we think will actually move and make it through the whole process. On the list I provided you, I think there's probably close to 50 bills that we consider high interest that are moving. It's not every bill that's high interest, but the ones I thought that would be of most interest to you. We have this track of watching legislation that affects higher education or affects our agency. We also, of course, have the track related to the budget, and my colleague here, Terry Flack, will tell you more about what's happening on the budget side after we go through this part. I heard that we were also going to talk about the stimulus funds, which I don't know if we know much, but we will try to tell you what we do know and cover that as well. On the list that I provided you, I started to give you just a list of bills, but it was a little unwieldy to just look at an entire list of bills, so I tried to break them up into subject matter that might help you focus in on some of the issues that we're following. Of course, there's the new institutions that are being considered, and we've done a couple of higher education impact statements. The board has done on 2 of these at least. So those bills are moving. When you look at this, the first bill I've listed is bill number and author, and then the status. It's the status of that bill that refers to. So I tried to list the bill that was actually moving first on the list. Some of them have companions, and those companions may be moving or not, but it's the first one that I'm referring to. You heard a little bit about the National Research University bills. That was one bill that moved while we were at lunch at 12:55. Senator Duncan's bill passed out of the Senate.
12:55 or 15:60? 15:60?
Yeah, you said 12:55.
At 12:55.
At 12:55.
The time was 12:55.
I heard you say that.
Come on, Ms. Sergeant. I'm just curious, did it pass out as drafted? I mean, there was a lot of discussion on the floor.
There were amendments, and I'm frankly I couldn't listen to all of them. The one we found most interesting is that Prairie View was added into the eligible institutions for this. Should this ever
if they meet the criteria.
If they meet the criteria.
Did they leave the criteria the same for number of PhD programs? That was the hotly debated issue yesterday afternoon. Might have
As
been
far
what
as
you
we
were asking
know,
about
yeah.
too.
They did.
left it at 200.
Yes, they did. In fact, as I understand it, none of the criteria changed from the bill as it was introduced, or the committee substitute.
Right. Senator Shapley was trying to place an amendment on there to consider population as one of the criteria and add a criteria related to population, but that failed. So the criteria stayed the same. Of course, the top 10%, the bill that's moving there is Senate Bill 175, which is Senator Shapiro's bill. It's should be heading to the floor of the House pretty soon. And then a couple of funding bills of interest. There's the allocation of the HEAF proceeds that has to be done every so often. The Senate Bill 2146 is covering that. And Senator Shapiro's bill for the incentive funding, it's gotten hung up in Senate higher education. I can't tell if it's going to come out or not. It's been heard twice in that committee, and she's trying to work on another substitute, I understand. So we'll see if that moves out. On tuition, the one that's moving right now is Senate Bill 1443, which is Senator Zaffarini's bill that passed Senate Higher Education this week. It's fairly complicated and has a lot of provisions in it, and people behind me are laughing. So, but it does allow tuition increases under certain circumstances. They're looking at median cost of attendance. If you're below the median, you can increase. I don't want to get this backwards, up to 5%. If you're over the median, it's pegged to CPI. And then there's other provisions that roll into this as well, but we were just trying to capture the kind of the highlights here. That bill, I know, is being reworked even as we speak, so it may not come out quite like this either. So
I see it doesn't have a companion, but how similar is it to the Branch and Rose bills in the House?
they had some similarities in their approaches, so I would expect one of those, they'll pick it up over there, but it was more the approach of trying to have academic costs and appropriations fill in that gap in between. That was kind of the common thread in those bills. On research, I just wanted to point out that Representative Branch's bill that would make private institutions eligible for ARP is on its way. It passed the House earlier. Is that this week? I've lost track of the weeks. Another one of interest was the changing the thresholds on construction projects that require CB approval. That's Senator Zaffarini's 1796. I thought I had with me what those thresholds were, but I don't.
I can tell you, I actually meant to touch on this in my chairman's remarks.
Oh, okay.
That would increase the threshold from the current $1 million for new construction, $2 million for renovation, to $4 million and $4 million for both categories. The effect on the coordinating board, and this has to also change the LBB's thresholds as well, I believe, but the effect is that it will eliminate over 20% of the projects reviewed while only eliminating somewhere between 2 and 3% of the dollars reviewed. So it should make the work by staff and our committees much more effective and efficient in focusing on the bigger impact projects.
All right, some bills regarding 2+2 strategies or retention strategies. Senator Zaffarini has a grant program she's proposed for students that are transferring from community colleges to universities. Also a bill on assessing academic advising services, as well as a study on transferability of courses in the core curriculum from degree-granting career schools in Senate Bill 1800. Senate Bill 1801 requires the institutions to provide orientation for students and outlines what needs to be part of the orientation. In the high need fields area, Senate Bill 1249 is a pilot program to increase the number of students graduating with engineering degrees, and this was based on some ongoing discussions with the staff here, and also is tied with what's happening with the Lumina grant. So we're interested in seeing how this develops. House Bill 4471 by Colkhorst amends the nursing shortage reduction program. In its current form, it requires an MOU, and we're not. It's one of those things where we're not sure if that's really helpful, but this is based on a recommendation from a coalition of nursing advocates and they want to get more funding into the program. So that's really what their issue is trying to get more funding and allocated in a certain way. And so this bill is providing the structure for doing that if the funding comes through. And they have... Lots. We think lots, yeah.
If I remember right, what they do is they do a pro forma forecast of what they're going to be able to produce in number of graduates, and then they're funded based upon that. If I remember right.
But it is predicated on whether the funding actually goes through. So, Senate Bill 174 by Shapiro provides an online performance report for parents and that's more directly toward parents and the public to see how institutions are doing, so that they can look at this information if they have a student that's considering an institution, something that's simpler for them to use. Senate Bill 2084 by Senator Ogden. This is the bill that would create the priority distribution for students who meet the 2 of the 4 criteria that the board has recommended. This bill has undergone some changes since it was first filed, but I think the way it's structured now, it is something that the legislature can feel more comfortable with. And the institutions can feel that they're not going to be, that their funding for Texas grant won't suddenly drop in the number of students that they can cover. So I think that it's made a lot of progress, and the chair, vice chair, commissioner may want to make some remarks about this one.
Well, yes, I wanted to say that we've responded to the 2 major concerns that have been raised about the need plus merit approach by both by members of the legislature and by campus representatives. The 2 concerns were these, as I understood them. Number one, to use a phrase that Senator Ellis has used often, is that the need plus merit approach would eliminate diamonds in the rough, students who have a high potential but for whatever reasons have not performed well in high school, sometimes legitimate reasons. The second concern has been that institutions that have a long history of virtually open admissions would have few students who would actually meet the proposed merit criteria, and consequently they feared that they would have to give some of their Texas grant allocation back to the coordinating board, which in turn would redistribute the money to institutions that had a sufficient number of students that met the merit criteria. What we have done is as Laura pointed out, is we have established the merit criteria not as criteria for eligibility for Texas grant, but as criteria for priority, so that all institutions would get exactly the same amount of money that they currently do, depending on how much money is available for the Texas grant program, and the institutions would only be obligated to put the students who meet the merit criteria at the front of the line. They fund all those students, and whatever funding they have left over, they can allocate the way they have historically. So that what the latest version of the bill does simply is put students who are still very needy, who meet all our need criteria, place them at the front of the line, because our goal has been to recognize hard work and achievement despite socioeconomic disadvantages. So that's what the bill currently does. No institution need fear that it will get smaller amounts of funding for Texas grant.
Interestingly, there's also House Bill 3276 by Representative Howard that also sets a priority distribution for Texas grant, except it's based on students meeting or exceeding TSI requirements. In some respects, we think that might be more onerous, but that bill is moving, is now on the House calendar for Saturday.
And we've talked to her, and we think we can work out a blending of the two approaches.
Yeah. The Senate Bill 2246, aligning TEG requirements with Texas grant eligibility requirements, is also going through the Senate now. On exemptions and waivers, we've had quite a few bills that would provide exemptions and waivers. A lot of them were related to exemption and waivers for veterans on various aspects. Senate Bill 297, which is Senator Vanderbute's bill, provided resident tuition for spouses and children of veterans. And it was going very well. There were some amendments placed on it that the Senate didn't concur in, so that one's going to conference. And probably the first bill that we've had that's had to go to conference so far, except for the budget, of course.
For the bill.
The big bill. Senate 1798 should be highlighted because it was actually one that was recommended by staff here, that we transfer the application selection process for the educational aids exemption program from us to the institutions, put the administration of that with them, although the funds flow through the coordinating board. On loan repayment, loan forgiveness programs, always quite a few of those as well. The ones that we're watching closely is Senate Bill 816, which is creating another loan repayment program for shortage areas for teachers in math and science. We were trying to get Senator Patrick to perhaps carve out or make it a piece of Teach for Texas rather than have a separate program. But his preference was to go to approach it this way, so this bill is now over in the House. Senate Bill 1141 by Senator Vanderpute is a new loan repayment program related to speech-language pathologists, either at public schools or higher ed faculty. We have a couple related to the Physician Education Loan Repayment Program that would raise the amounts for the loans that can be repaid, as well as expand the pool of physicians that would be eligible. So both those bills are moving as well. In other financial aid, there's House Bill 3452, which is the Texas Armed Services Scholarship. That would be a grant of $15,000 for ROTC students that are selected by appointments by state officials, and it needs funding. It's one of those bills that will need some funding in order to be able to be actually passed. In P16 and college readiness, big bills there. Senate Bill 3, House Bill 3 have both passed their chambers. That just happened yesterday. And there were amendments to the bill. I've not really been able to look at all of that to see what's in there. The commissioner's shaking his head.
80 amendments at last count?
Yeah, there were 80 proposed.
80
I think
proposed.
only about 40 or 50 of them passed.
Only 40 or 50. So we'll let Evie sort through all of those and tell us what they say. But they are very comprehensive bill on public school accountability, a lot of college readiness elements within those bills, and they didn't necessarily match on both sides. It will be interesting to see if the amendments made them match more closely or not. So we'll have more to report on those shortly.
So, Laura, we don't know on HB3 whether those recommendations that we made were incorporated or not.
I don't know. Some were. Okay.
And we don't know whether there'll be a conference committee or not.
Well, I think we know there'll be a conference committee.
I think we know.
The question is, we don't know whether it'll be a conference committee on SB3 or conference committee on HB3. So.
Yeah, there's going to have to be on one of them. Senate Bill 1313 by Shapiro. Again, provisions there relating to CTE and information on post-secondary education. It has passed the Senate and is over in the House now. Should be heard by House Higher Education soon. Senate Bill 1549, which repeals the standardized GPA provisions. That was supposed to be amended to House Bill 3 or Senate Bill 3, but I don't know if that was. I understand that the preference was rather than move this bill, it would be part of those bills, but I didn't see that amendment go through. We have some changes to the intensive summer program. We've got two bills, and they're highlighted there, that we've suggested that rather than do them through MOU with TEA, that they just move the statute from TEA to the coordinating board, make it simpler to do these programs. Let's see, in ABE and developmental education, a couple of bills that we're following there. Our director of developmental education, Tamara Klumas, is pretty, she thinks these are good bills and ones that we would want to see pass if possible. In the miscellaneous category, the House Bill 1893, which is the bill that would allow persons with permits to carry concealed handguns on campus. I'm not seeing it move, but it was reported from committee, so we'll see if it goes to the floor or not. But it hasn't picked up speed yet. And then Senate Bill 1729, we recommended that the student members on our advisory boards have 2-year terms instead of 1-year terms, because you can barely get started before you're already going off. And it was also a burden on the institutions to have to keep renominating people. So to cut down on the administration of that and keep the students with us longer, we suggested a 2-year term.
So if it passes, can we recycle Trey?
Well, now that's the student representative and on the board itself.
Well, this is the
and that
advisory
didn't
board.
get put in there. So we should, though.
Yeah.
We'll amend this bill. We'll get this bill amended. So you have
Call
to
it the
stay.
Trey bill.
The Trey bill. And that was pretty quick and furious. Like I said, it's not every bill, but I thought perhaps the ones that would be of interest to you, so I wanted to touch on those.
Comment, Laura, on completed hours? I mean, I ask that on behalf of the board. I know that Fred and I ask that every day, but I mean, or you or Terry, either one can
It's probably
comment on
more
that?
of a
What would be the
budget-related
process?
question, because we found that you don't have to have it in a bill. It's an
Okay.
instruction to the Legislative Budget Board rather than a piece of legislation or even a rider, so really more related to the budget. So we can move to the budget, or...
Good segue.
Okay.
Any other question? Bob, did you have some questions on the research institution bills?
Actually, I had an opportunity to have a sidebar that kind of cleared up anything I had, so we don't really need to take it up unless you want to.
That deafening silence means I guess we can move on.
All right, thank you.
To answer your question, Chairman Riter, neither of the two chambers adopted the completed hours methodology that the board recommendation for the INO formula for either the universities or the community colleges. That doesn't mean that it can't still happen. The House, because it's not in statute and because it's not fixed anywhere that they have to do it a certain way, they can run the formulas any way they want to. And in fact, the House used the formula methodology to incorporate some incentive/performance funding into their bill. But we think that we can continue to make a case that if you're interested in outcome-based funding for institutions, which I think the House definitely was, then another way to look at it is to look at completed hours. And Susan Brown and her shop yesterday and the day before ran some new numbers based on the appropriations, and so we have a document, and I think I may have handed it out inadvertently to one of you. I was talking to Chairman Shepard as I handed things out today, and I've lost it, and it may have gotten handed out in lieu of my legislative report. So if you have something that says attempted versus completed, you're the only one who has it.
Might check and see if there are any keys attached to it. If that's the case, it might be with Chairman Riter.
Boy, you never forget, do you?
Those who are uninformed, Chairman Riter once accidentally walked off with Senator Eltief's car keys
After having walked off with
Chairman
Farrington's.
Okay.
So it's a pattern here.
That's the only reason I mentioned it is a pattern.
But certainly I think there is still a case to be made, and we will be visiting with the conferees to continue to urge them to consider this, because I think that as we talk about our entire approach to trying to improve student success, that certainly doing outcome-based formula funding is important to that. So we will continue, and until they finally make a decision, nothing is dead at this point. So all they have to do, the conferees just need to direct LBB to run it, and they can certainly run it and look and see if there are hold harmlesses that need to be done. We found that the individualized hold harmless, where you just look at particular institutions that go down rather than up, is actually quite reasonable and modest in terms of the amount needed, as opposed to doing a kind of global, all boats rising approach. So we've come up, we think, with an approach that will at least say there are a couple options that you have, and here's how much they cost, and in the context of this huge budget, it's a really pretty modest amount to get you moving towards where we think you ought to go.
And those various runs that we're assisting with are all based on the 4-year phase-in?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
And so anyway, as we all know, the only bill that has to pass at some point is the Appropriations Act. So this is a summary, this document. So I hope everyone has a copy that just says overview of SB1. I am not going to go through page by page on this, but I'm just going to touch on a few of the highlights that I know you're most interested in. The conferees had their first meeting, their organizational meeting, yesterday morning, and Chairman Ogden outlined what is a pretty aggressive timeline for them. They want to be completely finished with the appropriations bill by 2 weeks from tomorrow. I'm not sure what planet he lives on. But you got to set
Air,
goals.
Terry.
Excuse me?
You're on the air.
I know I am. But they're on the floor. They're not listening to this. But you have to set some goals, and if you don't set some aggressive goals, then it's May 30th by the time you're finished, and so I think we're always between Article 2, which is Health and Human Services, and Article 3, which is Education. We're always at the end of the line. They dispense with the fairly easy stuff first. The House and Senate both, if you'll turn to page 2, this is a quick snapshot of the Coordinating Board's appropriation. And done with the Senate on the top part and the House on the bottom part, just to show you in a global sense what each chamber did. The Senate put in about $341 million more than we received in 08-09, and the House put in about $302 million more than we received in 08-09. And on the surface, that sounds like they're pretty close, but what they chose to fund are significantly different, and so they will have some pretty substantial conference issues to resolve. I've done a thumbnail on page 3 that just picks the significant amounts that are different between the House and the Senate, and I just realized that in my haste this morning when I revised my approach to this, the yellow and blue columns for the professional nursing shortage reduction program are not correct. The Senate should show $30 million and the House should show $34.99 million. So what I was doing with those two columns was saying how much over the 08-09 total did each chamber appropriate. You can see for student financial aid, that's the most significant difference, where the House is almost twice as much money as the Senate. Another significant difference of approach was in incentive funding. The Senate put in $100 million extra, as you will recall. They put that in at the very beginning, so it has been in the bill since their original bill was introduced. The House decided to take a more formulaic approach to incentive funding, so they essentially swept the money out of the Coordinating Board's budget, which after you do top 10% scholarships, which you'll recall is part of that money, and we projected about $54 million would be needed for top 10% scholarships in the next biennium. So they took $46 million of that remained and moved it over and ran a formula and added it to the weighted semester credit hours for the instruction and operations formula for the universities. So they distributed that money using weights based on degrees and increases in degrees, both in, and then super weighted them with at-risk and critical field weights. Whether that will prevail, I have no idea. It is substantially different in approach from the way the Senate looked at things.
Harry, why does the House version then not still have $54 million?
It's not reflected here on the other spreadsheets. It is in our budget, and I was trying to figure out a way not to overcomplicate things, but they both give $54 million to top 10% scholarships. The Senate's is just embedded in the $200 million, and the House is a standalone strategy now.
Okay.
But the amounts are identical in terms of what they're projecting for that. As Laura mentioned earlier, the professional nursing shortage reduction program is another area where they decided to put substantial funding. They're only about $5 million apart. The House added a rider that was very directive to the Coordinating Board as to how to allocate the money. They want you to use $24.7 million of their $49 million appropriation through the regular professional nursing shortage reduction program that you've administered for several years now. The balance will go towards the Nursing Coalition's proposal, which I've tried to outline in this document, but basically it gives you $10,000 per student if your graduation rates are above 70%, and it gives you $20,000 per graduate if your graduation rates are below. But the below 70% is not automatic. They have to engage in a negotiation with the coordinating board to project how many graduates they're going to have. And so we're working with McGregor staff to try to propose some streamlining so that it will make it, both in Representative Colcourt's bill and in the Riter, administratively less cumbersome than they've got right now. But the good news is they both have decided they want to put a lot more money towards trying to get more faculty members, which is the goal of the program, on our campuses to teach nursing and to turn out more nursing graduates. But as you can see, the Senate decided to put more money in Teach for Texas and in the Advanced Research Program, the Family Practice Residency Program, the Joint Admission Medical Program, the Consortium of Alzheimer's Centers, and Developmental Ed. That's an interesting appropriation because it would give money to the board to put in some pilot projects, which was one of the board's recommendations in your formula recommendations. And so we're hopeful to hold on to that. They also put $20 million towards adult basic ed. The Riter's not very explicit. It's not directly tied to anyone's bill, so we're not quite sure what they want us to do with it. But at any rate, it's money that we're happy to have, and we're happy to move forward. The House put most of its extra money into financial aid, and if you'll turn the page, I've sort of summarized the financial aid appropriation by each chamber, just so you'll see where the significant differences are. The House appropriated over $1 billion for student financial aid to the coordinating board. I mean, that's a real milestone if we can hold on to it. And they appropriated $224 million into Texas grants. We do think that the Senate amounts and the House amounts are enough that we could implement Senate Bill 2084, move some money into TEOG to make sure that we're covering the community college students who would otherwise have received a Texas grant. So we're saying you don't have to pass the bill and just do a few little modifications to Riter, and we can implement it. So that's good news too. We don't have to go in begging for a lot more money just to implement the changes. So what I've done in the report is to highlight in more detail the incentive funding strategy, the financial aid strategies, and the nursing strategies to give you a little more information. Both sides did what they call Article 11, which is the wish list. Generally speaking, nothing gets funded off the wish list, but the good news is if the money's there, then they can certainly bring it up. If it's not there, then generally you can't bring it up in conference. So if someone decides that they want to put money towards a program that they hadn't considered before, they can still do that. I have listed, there are, as always, a whole lot of riders that are included in our bill, and some of them are really interesting. The Senate has directed the board to complete a report detailing the cost of college textbooks, and then noting any discrepancies between the initial retail price and the final price applicable to Texas students. They also want the board to do a health-related institution cost matrix study to see, to validate the weights that are in the health-related cost matrix. Another interesting one is that they will ask us to do a survey of the doctors who receive loan repayment through the Physician Education Loan Repayment Program to see whether they're staying in those areas where they began to practice. So I won't go into great detail. There are 4 spreadsheets or worksheets at the end of this, Chairman Heldenfels, for you, and
Check all your math.
and I've checked it, but I know you will find the error. And my story will be that I put it there deliberately so that you would be tested to find it. But anyway, it gives a lot more detail about the entire coordinating board budget. The attachment 1 essentially just is a one-pager that puts the entire budget on and compares the House to the Senate to 0809, just so you can see, and then what's in Article 11. The more substantial spreadsheets compare it to 0809 to what you requested in your LAR and to what the original Senate and House bills were. So there's as much or as little detail as you would like. So that really concludes all that I was going to talk about.
Thank you, Terry. I think the ophthalmologist in the reading glass lobby owe you a debt of gratitude. Do the budget conferees have to agree on each of the riders also?
What they receive is a document that they call the issue docket, and it lists every single thing that where there is not agreement. And so each rider that was not adopted by both chambers will be in that document. So yes, they will go down and will look at each one and make a determination whether it stays or goes. And there will be a work group on Article 3. We understand that Chairman Shapiro and Chairman West will be the Senate members and that Chairman Pitts will be the House member, but that both sides have agreed to have sort of de facto members of the conference committee. So there will be other members who participated from the appropriations and finance committees that will be helping them on this, which we thought was really good news. So yes, we will be looking at each of the riders, trying to offer improvements and counseling them on the ones that we think are the best public policy.
Thank you. Members, do you have questions for Terry or Laura?
I just have a comment. I want to commend you both and your team for the 2 deliverables. For me, I mean, it's just outstanding. The format, it's simple to read. I can go through it relatively quickly and absorb hopefully all of the information, but it's just terrific. And I know it's a lot of hard work to put something like this together, especially when things are a moving target. But I, for one, really appreciate the deliverables. Thank you so much.
Very much.
I'd second that. Well said.
Yeah.
I resemble that remark.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Brooker?
Yes, same here. Thank you for this wonderful information. Can we get this as an attachment in an email, and is this something we can send out? I know it's timely and that tomorrow things will change again, but is this something that is okay to send out to other people that are following? I mean, I know it's public meeting, so...
Certainly the list of bills, I can't imagine the other.
Right. I mean, nothing in here is not...
Okay, I just didn't want to do it without
not written
permission.
And what we can do is I'll get Judy to PDF it as one whole document,
helpful.
and then we can email it out to everyone.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make one comment. And Fred and I are not down here nearly as much as Laura and Terry and Mark and Lizette and the commissioner, but for all the board members, I just want to tell you, and I think I mentioned this, it is the first session I've been through watching our team work, and they really do an outstanding job for us. And I know it sounds a little crazy, it's inspiring to watch them, because it's, I've watched some other hearings where, somebody was up there testifying, there was nobody behind them. And when we were testifying, we had like 18 people behind us, so we weren't really worried about getting asked a question we couldn't address because we had all the experts in the room. So I just want to take the opportunity just to recognize them. They have really done a great job. And so if you haven't gotten to see them firsthand in action, and they work long hours if you look at the hour that the emails hit our BlackBerries. It's usually in the wee hours. So I just wanted to publicly, thank each of you. Y'all have just done a great job. And hopefully we'll be through in 30 days.
Yes. That. You've done a masterful job of creating the illusion that Whit and I know what we're talking about.
It is no illusion.
That's true.
I would like to make one final little comment. I mean, I think it's even goes down to the level of when some of us went through confirmation, how Laura and Raymund and Terry and the rest of the team shepherded us through that process in giving us the basic instruction of meeting under the big clock and taking it from there. No, all kidding aside, I mean, it really made the process much more streamlined, and again, greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Bob. Good comments. All right, this is just an informational item of massive proportions granted, but no action is required. The next, my script says last, but it's actually next to last agenda item is 9I, consideration of higher education impact statements for the 81st Texas Legislature. We have 2 impact statements to be ratified today. These statements were approved by the chair, vice chair, and committee chair, and are now subject to ratification by the full board. SB 98, which authorizes the Board of Regents of the UT system to convert the existing Lower Rio Grande Valley RAC into a new health-related institution and create a new medical school, the University of Texas Health Science Center, South Texas, and SB 956, which authorizes the University of North Texas system to establish and operate a law school in Dallas. The law school would become a professional school of the University of North Texas at Dallas 5 years after UNT Dallas is designated a general academic teaching institution. Laura Weber, our Director of External Relations, will provide the board with the information and answer any questions we've got on these impact studies. Statements. Laura?
I was just told that I was doing this, so I don't even have them before me. But these statements were developed, of course, in response to the legislation and were ratified, were approved by the chairman, vice chairman, and I guess, Lynn, you did both of these.
I've only seen one of them, actually.
Yeah, as the chair of the committee that was related to them.
No,
so,
I'd say I've just one of them. I didn't know.
Which one have you?
I never saw the law school one.
Okay, 956.
Okay.
Well, these both need to be ratified by the full board.
And they do. So I think, Mr. Chairman, you just need to have a motion in for ratification and gain approval.
And can you give us just the basic conclusion of each of the impact statements?
The basic conclusions on Senate Bill 98, this was similar to an impact statement the board had produced in the last session, that there were a lot of infrastructure issues that needed to be addressed for a medical school to be created in the valley. But if we were going to have another medical school, it did need to be in South Texas. That relates back to the projecting the needs study that the board has done previously and continues to maintain. On the UNT Law School, again, primarily an issue of the need for structure and whether or not the population base was adequate to have a law school created in that area at this time. So more of a cautionary note in that regard.
And the total and the cost that would be required for this law school is also how many millions of dollars?
I'm sorry?
The cost?
I don't have it here.
It's in your board agenda materials. The primary, one of the principal aspects of the law school recommendation was that given the many needs for higher education dollars right now, while there is the potential need for a law school in that area, that it's not one of the priorities in terms of the limited state resources at this time. And I think you'll see that in the second paragraph of the impact statement. I've forgotten who one of you had suggested that the recommendations be included earlier in the impact statement. I think that may have been you, Dr. Phillips, and so I think you'll see it in the second paragraph of the document in your board materials.
So we had this presented at our committee meeting. Did we approve it, though? I thought we just accepted it.
The procedure during the legislative session is these things come up so quickly that what happens is we have a conference call with the chair, the vice chair, the secretary. It varies a little bit, but nothing went over without being reviewed in a conference call with some members of the board. And I don't recall who was with each of these calls, but there's always at least a review.
It's chair, vice chair, and it's supposed to be the chair of the committee, I know, and I apologize.
That's okay. Maybe I
Lynn.
forgot it.
And Dr. Phillips, I know you were on one of those calls, but I don't know that you were on both of them.
May have been. Maybe I forgot it.
I do recall you made the point, I do believe you made the good point, that we needed to really tell people what we were recommending sooner than later, and that the previous format had been we'd get to it at the last page and would really be given a yes and no sort of formula before then, and then you reach the conclusion and say, well, we don't recommend this at this time, and you suggested that we do say we really were going to recommend, and then give us the pros and cons afterwards.
Okay.
Maybe I don't understand what's happening here.
Well, let's.
I move that we ratify the higher ed impact statements.
For both
Yes, sir.
SB 98 and SB 956.
As written.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Wingo. Any further questions or discussion? All in favor of the impact statement, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Now, the last item under strategic planning is agenda item 9J, an update on federal stimulus funds. And David, you're already at the table. This is your baby to present.
This can be very short. We don't know.
There you go. But we do care.
I think there are a couple points I know the governor's office would like us to make, is that, and this is for all agencies in terms of stimulus dollars, and the first is the importance of transparency and accountability for these dollars. And they repeatedly emphasize that with the agencies that are most likely to get the dollars. And the federal government emphasizes that as well. I think the difficulty at this point is that, and we find this is true of whatever agency might be receiving these dollars in the state, is the guidance is not yet clear in terms of what the accountability measures will be at this point. The GAO has visited the key agencies, including the coordinating board, to talk about quality controls and what's in place. In fact, your efforts with our outside auditing firms was very helpful in that process. There is a report the GAO provided, I guess, about a week and a half ago to Congress, which summarized their visits, across the country. If you'd like access to that, we'd certainly be glad to provide you access to that report. It's not that interesting. But the analysis is that at least Texas as a state is at the very least in the top half of having systems in place that would assure the federal government that we can trace the dollars. There were some dollars that have flown to at least one agency. We, of course, have not received any. There were some issues in terms of the dollars not being earmarked, in terms of these are stimulus dollars, these are dollars that you would normally get. And that was something that the GAO has raised to help with the accountability. But I believe all of you know that the commissioner testified that we were hoping to, of the $3+ billion potentially available to public and higher ed, that asking for $1.3 billion of that to focus primarily on the two things that are eligible, one being tuition mitigation and the other being renovation, rehabilitation of existing buildings. I believe you all know that we have a process built on our TRB procedures that have been now split into different buckets based upon sector to make sure those are balanced. Susan's division received $1.8 billion in requests from institutions for those dollars. Each campus was allowed to submit one project, district or university. Initially, we believed that private colleges would be eligible, but subsequent guidance from the Department of Ed suggests otherwise. We're still waiting to see if we'll get any allocation at all for higher education. That's pretty much where we stand at this time.
The governor's office had requested our recommendations, and
correct.
The governor's office was favorable to the commissioner's recommendation of a third of the education stimulus funds allocated to Texas going to higher education.
That's been positive. If you follow what the U.S. Department of Education is saying, you see a few references to higher education when they have their press conferences. We're not sure what that means. They do mention higher ed in passing, but we yet have to see where that's going. But I know there's some supports, particularly for the, I believe, in the state for the renovation of facilities, and the staff is ready to make some recommendations if we're asked to. Susan's staff has gone through those in recent days. For the rest of the board, you might wish to know that Mr. Riter has provided some recent guidance, and both Mr. Riter and Mr. Heldenfels have reviewed what we were doing and provided feedback on those the criterion, and we've made some modifications. Following that, depending on what we're asked to do later, we may be asked to make additional modifications as we go forward. Generally speaking, it's a slow-moving process. Education dollars have gone to public ed in some states to help keep teachers employed, and that's really all we know at this point.
Any questions for David on the stimulus funding? If not, this is an informational item only, and no action is required, and that completes the reporting for the Strategic Planning Committee, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The last agenda item is agenda item 10. I'm going to turn this over to Chairman Hinton.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Agency Operations Committee met yesterday afternoon, and I would like to give the board a brief summary of the reports that we received from a variety of people. During the Deputy Commissioner's report, we heard from Arturo, and he had provided an update on his initiative creating a culture of excellence. Arturo introduced this initiative in the board about 2 years ago when he had just joined the staff of the coordinating board. We also heard yesterday from Arturo and his staff on the progress that had been made in changing the operational culture of the agency. The most significant accomplishments have been an increase in accountability, transparency, and efficiency. Arturo also briefed the committee on the plans for the building lease. The current lease on this building expires in 2010, and staff has initiated a process of working with the Texas Facilities Commission as we go forward. The second quarterly financial report was also presented. You received a copy of that in your AOC packet. The quarterly report presented yesterday was for the period ending February the 28th of 2009. The committee also received a report from Susan Warren of KPMG. Susan discussed a PowerPoint presentation entitled Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board 2008 Audit Plan. Tony Tigby reported on 4 internal audit reports: Be On Time program, data security at Texas A&M University's Educational Resource Center, enrollment data at Houston Community College, and financial aid at Southwestern University. These audit reports were approved yesterday at the committee meeting. And this really concludes our report to the board and for the moment, but we will move forward now to some items that require board approval. The first item is agenda item 10B, and that is in consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the elimination of the reserve portion of the interest and sinking fund for college student loan bonds, prescribing the administration of the Texas Opportunity Plan Fund, and authorize investment for monies therein, authorizing certain transfers of money in the Texas Opportunity Plan Fund and the Student Loan Auxiliary Fund, and resolving other matters related to this subject. This item was adopted at the committee's meeting. Dan Weaver and Patrick Hershock are available to answer any questions that you might have on this subject. Dan and Chris and Patrick are here. Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions that any of the members might have of these two gentlemen? Okay, if not, I would like to have a motion to approve the committee's recommendation.
So moved.
So moved by Bob Wingo, second by Lynn Phillips. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item on the agenda is a consideration of adopting a resolution relating to the issuance of a Texas college student loan bond in one or more series, and delegating to the Commissioner's authority for the filing of one or more applications to obtain a portion of the state's allocation for private bond activity. Once again, Dan and Patrick are here to answer any questions that you might have on this particular subject.
I move for its approval.
Okay, moved by Bob to approve it, second by Lynn Phillips. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Next item has to do with issuance of a state Texas.
That was the same, that's part of the same.
What do you do? You listen? Oh, still, okay, hold on just a second. Okay, next item is agenda item 10D, which was withdrawn from the agenda yesterday. So then we move to the next item, which was item 10E, and that is on the consent calendar. Next item is agenda item 10F, is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation regarding request for application for the allocation of nursing, allied health, and other health-related education grant programs, funds to hospitals, community colleges, and public and independent general academic and health-related institutions that have an initial RN license program for the 2010-2011 biennium. This item was presented by Chris Fowler at yesterday's AOC meeting. And are there any questions that you might have of Chris? Is he here? She's back there. There you go. Any questions of Chris on this?
I move for its approval, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Bob Shepard moved to approval. We have a second.
Second.
By Bob Wingo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item 10G. That's in consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation regarding request for application for the allocation of minority health research and education grant program funds to public and independent general academic and health-related institutions for the 2010-2011 biennium. This item was approved at yesterday's AOC meeting, was also presented by Chris Fowler. Are there any questions for Chris on this particular subject? If not, moved by Lynn, second by Laurie. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item is agenda 10H. That was tabled by the committee yesterday. So we move from that on to the next item, and it's the last item on the agenda in consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation for a request for approval regarding teacher quality grants for 2009 through 2011. This item was approved at yesterday's AOC meeting and presented by Elizabeth Powers. Elizabeth is present to answer any questions that you may have. Are there any questions that you do have for Elizabeth?
Move we
If not,
authorize the president.
okay,
Second.
Lynn makes a move. Please, in a second. By Laurie. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the AOC's section for the board agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I was reminded that I did not get an official motion to adopt the resolution from Mr. Lewis, and so for the record, could I have a motion and a second on that? Motion by Mr. Shepard, second by Mr. Hinton. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by the same sign. Thank you. Does anybody else have any other business to come before the board or any other thoughts or considerations? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Mr. Shepard, second by Mr. Hinton. We will stand adjourned.
Thank you for my chips on